report to Secretary General. Secretary General.
Yeah, no problem, no problem. Also, if you hand up, no, not the lens.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Could I please ask people to take their seats? And if you are not seated in the front row, could I please ask you to move to the rear into the pen area, please? Could I please ask you to move to the rear? Thank you very much.
Looks like Merhaba. Hello. Okay. Her da, så er jo her, så det kan ikke være så jævlig bra.
Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome. We are very pleased to have so many representatives from our allies, industry, and the press here with us this morning. I would also like to welcome those of you who are joining us via live stream. We will be making a series of important announcements here this morning. And for those of you participating in this segment, I will ask you to be ready to come to the stage when I call your country or your company. Our first segment this morning will last around half an hour, and we'll then take a short break and move up to the plenary room for more announcements. For now, I would like to invite the NATO Secretary General, Mark Rutte, to the stage.
Good morning and welcome. Welcome to the NATO Summit Defense Industry Forum. This is really the platform bringing NATO and industry together. And above all, it's the opportunity to showcase the capabilities and innovation coming out of our industries across the alliance, across NATO. And I'm proud to say that we have a lot to show today. 1 year ago in The Hague, allies committed to invest a lot more in defense, 5% of GDP by 2035. And we are already making remarkable progress. And they agreed to ramp up defense production and innovation. Defense production and innovation. And here we are now, 1 year later in Ankara, already delivering results. Throughout the day, allies and industry from both sides of the Atlantic will reveal new major projects and sign contracts worth billions, literally billions of dollars. These are billions that are invested in our security, boosting our economies and supporting hundreds of thousands of new jobs. It's money well spent. Today, you will see, and the world will see, industries from North America and Europe working hand in hand, innovating together and developing next generation capabilities. These are capabilities that are really made in NATO. Not by one nation, but several, working together in close cooperation. And that's how we make our alliance more powerful. It's how we defend our 1 billion people and every inch of our territory, now and in the future. So I would say, let's get started. The first announcement this morning is about the platforms that deliver air-to-air refueling and rapidly move equipment across the alliance. It is about air power, which is essential to strengthen our deterrence in defense. Today, several allies are officially announcing the forthcoming delivery of the 10th Airbus 330 MRTT aircraft to the multinational, multi-role tanker transport fleet. This is bringing us one step closer to the full MRTT fleet of 12 aircraft. Allies are also launching a new multinational project focused on the Airbus A400M. This is world-class strategic airlift capability. The A330 MRTT and the A440-400 will provide the alliance with two highly capable multinational fleets. The first Made in NATO announcement is an excellent example, I believe, of multinational cooperation in action. The Airbus platforms are built on strong European industrial leadership, close NATO-EU cooperation, and with contributions from US industry partners. They keep NATO's air power strong, credible, and ready for decades to come.
Thank you very much, Secretary General. I would now like to invite the Airbus Chairman of Defence and Space UK, Ben Bridge, to the stage. And now I would like to invite the participating Allied representatives of the Airbus MRTT initiative to the stage. Belgium, Czechia, Denmark, Finland, Germany, Luxembourg, the Netherlands, Norway, and Sweden. All right, thank you very much. I would invite the representatives of Belgium and Airbus to remain on stage for the A400M initiative. The other Allied representatives may return to their seats. And now I would like to invite the additional participating Allied representatives of the A400M initiative to the stage. Croatia, France, Poland, Spain, Turkey, and the United Kingdom. All right. Thank you very much. You may all return to your seats as we prepare for our next announcement.
I'll stay here.
No, you come here. And our next announcement is on Triton.
Intelligence, surveillance and reconnaissance, or ISR in our jargon, is a vital capability for the alliance. It gives us the situational awareness we need to make the right decisions and stay ahead of threats. Today, allies are taking a concrete step to strengthen this capability. We are adding up to 5 Triton high-altitude, long-endurance unmanned aircraft to our NATO's ISR force. These additional aircraft will provide persistent surveillance over large maritime areas, day and night. They can fly for long periods at high altitude and cover large areas, including over open water, more efficiently than most other aircraft can. The Triton will help us detect threats early, protect our sea lines of communication, and support operations in demanding regions, such as the High North. So all in all, they are making NATO's ISR posture significantly stronger. Northrop Grumman is building the Triton aircraft, and transatlantic industry is working on mission support, data systems, and infrastructure. It is genuinely made in NATO and creating jobs on both sides of the Atlantic. This is transatlantic cooperation in action.
Thank you very much. And now I would like to invite the President of Northrop Grumman International, Frank Morley, to the stage. And now I would like to invite the participating allied representatives of the Triton Initiative to the stage. Denmark, Finland, Germany, and Norway. Okay, thank you very much. You may return to your seats as we prepare for the third and final announcement of this segment this morning on the Initial Alliance Future Surveillance and Control Initiative. And we will be showing one more video. Here we go.
Saab's global eye system takes airborne warning and control to a new level. For decades, NATO has relied on a fleet of E-3 airborne warning and control systems that have been our eyes in the skies. They have been deployed from northern Norway to southern Turkey. They have served us well and continue to do so. But they are reaching the end of their lives. Today, several allies are announcing the joint procurement of up to 10 Saab Global Eye aircraft to replace them. This will ensure we keep NATO's owned and operated surveillance and early warning capability strong and credible for decades to come. In addition, several allies are launching today a multinational project to cooperate on procuring and fielding more airborne early warning capabilities, such as Global Eye, to respond to their national requirements. Global Eye will provide simultaneous surveillance across air, maritime and land domains from a single platform, giving commanders a clear operational picture. It is a proven system with a demonstrated ability to detect, track and identify complex threats, including drone swarms, ballistic missiles and cruise missiles. Like its predecessor, Global Eye is a transatlantic program delivered by European and Canadian industries with essential contributions from US industries. It is a real success story, again, made in NATO.
Thank you very much. I would now like to invite the Prime Minister of Sweden, Ulf Kristersson, to the stage.
Thank you so much. Thank you all. Thank you, dear Mark. I'm immensely proud to stand here together with you today during this important announcement. And it is, of course, a moment of great pride for Sweden, obviously. The Global Eye is a result of decades of ingenuity, innovation, investment, and commitment by so many people. But I am even prouder of what today's announcement entails for NATO, for our allies, and for Euro-Atlantic security. Global Eye actually provides the alliance with a powerful capability for surveillance and reconnaissance. It will also strengthen our ability to identify and to respond to threats, both present and future, across different domains and directions, 360, 24/7. Moreover, Global Eye is a testament to partnerships. It is in fact the prime example of what allied defense industries can achieve when partnering together, delivering advanced capabilities made within the alliance for the alliance. In this spirit, I am pleased that also Canada and France recently decided to join the family. And starting from 2027, you will see them operating also from Swedish air bases for the benefit to the alliance. With these words, I look forward to welcoming NATO into the Global Eye family. It will strengthen our collective ability to deter aggression, to defend allied territory, and safeguard freedom and security of nearly 1 billion citizens. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister. And I would now like to invite the President and CEO of Saab, Mikael Johansson, to the stage. And now I would like to invite the additional participating allied representatives of the Initial Alliance Future Surveillance and Control Initiative to the stage. Belgium, Canada, Denmark, Germany, Latvia, Lithuania, Luxembourg, the Netherlands, Norway, and Romania. Thank you all. Now, I would invite the Secretary General, the Prime Minister of Sweden, and the representatives of Denmark and Germany to remain on the stage for the Crewed Airborne Early Warning Initiative. Our other allied representatives may return to their seats, and I would now like to invite the additional participating allied representatives of the Crewed Airborne Early Warning Initiative to the stage. Finland, France, Poland, Spain, and Turkey. Thank you very much. All of you, including the Secretary General, may return to your seats.
Thank you so much.
Well, I would say we're off to a great start. Thank you very much to our audience here in the room, and also to those of you who joined us online. Just a few minutes. Our team at the back of the hall will now guide you upstairs to the plenary room on the first floor. We will invite our VIPs to follow my colleagues before we ask our remaining guests to move to the plenary room. Thank you so much.
sıfır. Selam. Dur.
Dikkat! Sağa! Bak!
our alliance tackle some of the biggest challenges. Will help our alliance tackle some of the biggest challenges. Now, let me also highlight some of the other important initiatives our allies and industry are undertaking to ensure we have the capabilities we need for our security. Up front, I want to make clear that our ability to deliver on many of the initiatives we are announcing today begins with how NATO engages with our industry. We want it to be simpler and faster. We cannot defend ourselves without you. That is why today we are launching the NATO Front Door for Industry. This is a new platform to make sure industry is aware of opportunities and to streamline their engagement with the alliance. The door is now open. This front door is your single point to access everything, from procurement opportunities to innovation events. I encourage you all to visit, engage with us through this platform, test it, and also provide feedback. We are going to continually refine the platform in the coming month and aim to have it fully operational in 2027. I want you all to know that this is a new phase of NATO's relationship with industries. Now, I'm also very excited to announce a new initiative, the NATO Engine. This is about transatlantic cooperation through industrial production. No single nation has the industrial capacity required to meet a large and growing demand, especially for some of the capabilities we need most, such as air defense and strike capabilities. To rebuild our arsenals and outproduce our competitors, we need to produce capabilities at scale and supercharge innovation. The NATO Engine will support our most promising companies to scale cross-border production and collaboration on both sides of the Atlantic without huge investment. It will establish a network of factories and advanced manufacturing facilities with available capacity accessible to our defense industries and innovation ecosystems, matching spare capacity with those that want to produce fast, and we hope resulting in dramatically increased production. This will be the engine to spur on our production even further. Let's now move on to the next announcements. The very nature of the NATO alliance is cooperation across the Atlantic. So I am particularly pleased to announce major initiatives that our allies are undertaking together, not least on essential air defense and strike capabilities. We know these are crucial capabilities on the battlefield and vital to our shared security. And we know we need a lot more of them for our own defense as well as to support Ukraine. So first, several NATO allies are joining new multinational procurement coalitions. This really helps us get more of what we need across a range of capabilities, including naval and joint strike missiles and small diameter bombs. By aggregating demand and cohering procurement approaches, industrial capacity efforts and investments, allies can truly begin to close specific capability gaps. We are pleased to see a range of allies working notably with Kongsberg, Raytheon, Boeing and RWM Italia on some of these initiatives. Second, I welcome that the United States and several of its leading defense companies, including Anduril, Boeing, General Dynamics, Land Systems, Lockheed Martin and Raytheon, have agreed new industrial cooperation initiatives with major European players in the defense sector, like Diehl, PGZ and Rheinmetall. This will allow us to produce or sustain key American capabilities, such as Abrams tanks, AMRAAMs, ATACMS, the Barracuda 500M, small diameter bombs and Stingers here in Europe. I think this is big news and demonstration of NATO's signature transatlantic unity in delivering key capabilities for our joint security. We can do more when we do it together, and we must do more of it.
Thank you so much, Secretary General. Now, with respect to our announcement on industrial cooperation agreements with the United States, I would like to invite U.S. Undersecretary of War for Acquisition and Sustainment, Mike Duffy, to the stage. And I would like to invite the additional participating allied representatives of the industrial cooperation agreements to the stage. Belgium, Canada, Finland, Germany, the Netherlands, Poland, Norway, and Sweden. And on the industry side, I would also like to invite representatives from Anduril, Diehl, General Dynamics Land Systems, Lockheed Martin, PGZ, Raytheon, Rheinmetall, and the NATO Support and Procurement Agency. All right, I will invite all allied representatives to remain on the stage along with Raytheon. Other industry representatives may return to their seats. And I would now like to invite the additional participating allied representatives of our procurement coalitions to the stage. Denmark, Estonia, Italy, Latvia, Lithuania, Portugal, Romania, Spain, and the United Kingdom. And for industry, I would also like to invite representatives from Boeing and Kongsberg to the stage. Thank you so much. Allied representatives and industry may return to their seats. Secretary General, I would like to turn back to you to announce our new initiative on defense critical raw materials.
Because indeed, today we are launching a multinational project on defense critical raw materials. For our defense to remain ready and strong, we need our industrial base and our supply chains to be resilient and secure. This means we need a stable supply of materials and companies and components across critical sectors, regardless of potential shocks or disruptions. That's what this new project is all about. Several allies are committed to working together to acquire, store, transport and manage stockpiles of defense critical materials, components and recycled products. This project demonstrates allies' strong belief in a cooperative approach as the best way to increase security.
I would now like to invite the participating allied representatives of the Defense Critical Raw Materials Initiative to the stage. Belgium, Canada, Denmark, Finland, Greece, Italy, Luxembourg, the Netherlands, Norway, Spain, Sweden, and Turkey. Thank you very much. Allies, you may return to your seats. And we will now introduce NATO's Drone Edge initiative, and we have a video to play.
Drones have fundamentally altered, as we all know, the character of modern warfare. And they have become a decisive factor on the battlefield. This is clear from what we see in Ukraine, in the Middle East, and across the alliance. Allies themselves have seen repeated drone incursions. In response, NATO is rapidly expanding our ability to deploy and operate drones at scale. And at the same time, we are building robust counter-drone defenses to detect, identify, and neutralize drones. That's how we protect our 1 billion people against the full range of drone threats. And today, we are launching the NATO Drone Edge initiative. Through this initiative, allies are investing over $40 billion in counter-drone capabilities over the next 5 years. And because the capabilities require that we have the right people to operate them, allies are also committing to train 5 times as many drone operators in their armed forces by the end of 2027. NATO will support allies in various ways to deliver on their commitments. We'll begin by launching a counter-drone marketplace. The aim here is to help procure counter-drone capabilities at scale and speed. NSPA is also here to make sure that the contracts are there, worth hundreds of millions of euros to procure surveillance drones for allies. And NATO is increasing its drone training capabilities, including through a project called NATO Flight Training Europe. Today, Finland, France and Sweden joined this project, bringing the total number of allies to 20, with 16 flight training centers across 8 allies. Together, we are building a drone-ready alliance. We are leveraging the latest innovative technologies, investing in our transatlantic defense industries, and learning real-world lessons from the battlefield in Ukraine. There's more to come this morning, so please stay tuned.
Indeed, there is more. Thank you so much. There is indeed more to come. Thank you, Secretary General. And thank you all for your attention. The announcements will continue, and we will have NATO's Deputy Secretary General, Radmila Shekarinska, join us in just a moment to outline even more new initiatives that NATO, allies, and industry are undertaking in the areas of space and surveillance, strike capabilities, and integrated air and missile defense. So I'd like to invite Mark Sanders, NATO's Deputy Spokesperson, to introduce the next segment.
Thank you very much. We still have many more exciting announcements for you today, and we'll be continuing with the next hour or so with the same format you're now familiar with. For those of you participating in this segment, I will ask you to be ready to come to the stage when I call your country or company. We'll begin with new announcements in the field of space and surveillance after a short video. And now, to discuss NATO's efforts in this area, I would like to welcome to the stage the NATO Deputy Secretary General, Radmila Shekarinska. Deputy Secretary General, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mark, and good morning, everyone. Before I start the big announcements, and this is the part you're all waiting for, let me share how honored and pleased I am to be here with you today. And also to see that our big defense industry forum takes form. We wanted to make this the biggest defense industry forum ever, and I'm pleased to say we succeeded. It's really quite a show. Our governments and our companies and the people working in them are contributing to making NATO's defenses stronger, to make our militaries more capable, and ultimately, our people safer. So this is why we are here today. So without further ado, let me jump right into it. And I will start with, of course, space and surveillance, for which we have already seen the video. Let me start by saying that space is no longer the distant frontier it once was. It is part of our critical infrastructure on which a large part of our economy depends, but also it is essential for our security. Our militaries could not function properly today without space-based capabilities. Space technology has become more affordable, and launch costs have significantly decreased. As a result, more countries are investing in their own satellite constellations. Let me mention 4 projects that will enhance our collective space capabilities. And the first one has to do with one of the biggest challenges in the space domain, and that is connectivity. Individual satellite constellations are highly vulnerable to targeted cyber attacks, to jamming or physical destruction, while also being too slow to relay large amounts of data on their own. So today, I'm really pleased to announce that 8 allies are launching a project to explore the development of a mega constellation called HALO, opening a new chapter in allied space operations. So this new model will be particularly helpful for high-speed communications, intelligence and missile tracking, overcoming the cost, the time, and coverage limitations of single-nation satellite fleets. The second one is our NATO flagship initiative for space-based intelligence, which is called Alliance Persistent Surveillance from Space, APSS. It was launched 2 years ago at the Washington Summit, and today Spain will become the 19th country to join the initiative. Spain will contribute by boosting coastal surveillance through imagery from its Atlantic constellation satellites. Third is the recent investment by our host nation, Turkey. Following the success of its original IMECE Earth observation satellite, Turkey is announcing an ambitious plan for the development of 2 additional high-resolution satellites. They will be built here in Turkey by the TÜBİTAK Space Institute with a contract worth over $300 million. Turkey has also signed contracts with Aselsan for the development of low-orbit satellites and military communication systems, as well as the procurement and development of early warning radar systems within the scope of the Steel Dome National Integrated Air Defense Architecture. These contracts are worth in total over $350 million. And they will enhance Turkey's ability to remain connected on the battlefield and their detection and early warning capabilities. These initiatives will contribute to the already robust space and surveillance capabilities in the region. And the fourth one has to do with the fact that space activity demands resilient launch infrastructure. Several NATO allies and Indo-Pacific partners are working on the Starlift initiative to create a network of launch companies and spaceports that could be used, for instance, to launch a replacement satellite in case of an emergency. In addition, today, the German company ISAR Aerospace will sign a $140 million contract with the Canadian Maritime Launch Services to secure the lease of a launch pad at the Space Launch Site in Nova Scotia. These partnerships will improve orbital launch readiness. And all the projects that I have mentioned, from Canada to Turkey, are excellent examples of transatlantic cooperation in action, something that we are seeing throughout today. So I return the floor now back to Mark.
Thank you, Deputy Secretary General. I would now like to invite to the stage the participating allied representatives of the HALO High Visibility Project. Denmark, Canada, Finland, Germany, Norway, the Netherlands, Sweden, and Turkey. Thank you. I would invite the representatives of Canada and Turkey to remain on stage. The other allied representatives may return to their seats. I would now like to invite industry representatives from ISAR Aerospace and Maritime Launch Services, Aselsan and TÜBİTAK. Thank you. You may return to your seats. We will now move on to new announcements reinforcing alliance strike capabilities.
Having sufficient strike capabilities, as Mark mentioned, is essential for NATO to maintain our deterrence and defense posture. Allies are working on a number of multinational initiatives to develop cost-effective and innovative solutions to meet existing, but also future operational requirements. And we have to do that faster. So one such initiative is the ground-based precision strike project, where 6 allies have come together to develop and deliver low-cost cruise and ballistic missiles at scale. Another initiative includes the development of a prototype for a generic NATO 155mm munition, which is complemented by new NSPA contract to procure even more of this important caliber. Our host nation, Turkey, has also committed to procuring a significant number of Atmaka land-based long-range cruise missiles. Altogether, these initiatives are worth approximately $1.6 billion. The war against Ukraine has shown us how much modern conflict demands these type of strike capabilities and how quickly stocks get depleted in high-intensity warfare. So this speaks of the urgency of this buildup. These initiatives will help ensure that our production of these essential capabilities is ramped up in really significant manner, and that our militaries have what it takes to keep us safe.
Thank you, Deputy Secretary General. I now invite the participating Allied representatives of the Ground-Based Precision Strike Capabilities High Visibility Project to the stage. Denmark, France, Italy, Norway, Turkey, and the United Kingdom. Thank you. I invite Denmark, Norway, and Turkey to remain on the stage. I now invite the additional participating allied representatives of the generic NATO indirect fire round high visibility project to the stage. Canada, Czechia, Finland, Greece, Slovakia, and Sweden. Thank you very much. I would invite Turkey to remain on the stage. The other representatives may now return to their seats. I now invite the industry representative from Rocketstan to come to the stage. Thank you very much. You may now return to your seats. We will now move on to new announcements reinforcing NATO's integrated air and missile defense.
Finally, we turn to integrated air and missile defense. NATO's integrated air and missile defense is our first line of defense. And we have witnessed in the course of the last months repeated airspace violations by Russian drones and Russian aircraft. And NATO has successfully intercepted ballistic missiles launched from Iran against our ally Turkey. So the bottom line is, in order to keep all of us safe, we need more of these capabilities. We need many more. We need interceptors, sensors, command and control capabilities. And to do this faster and better, integrating the newest technologies into the capabilities, we must do them together by pooling all our resources. This is what allies are doing. This is what we are seeing here today. On the screen, you will see the scope and value of these initiatives. These include multinational efforts to enhance our air defense capabilities against lower-level air threats and to acquire passive air surveillance capabilities, allowing us to rapidly procure off-the-shelf solutions that we know work well. We are taking concrete steps to modernize also our command and control systems and adding more capabilities for ballistic missile defense. The NATO Support and Procurement Agency has acquired a large number of Patriot PAC-2 missiles in the last 3 years, and it is in the process of acquiring more in the near future. We also see allies doing more together. The Netherlands and Belgium are signing a memorandum of understanding for initiating joint procurement of several essential air defense systems. And Turkey is investing deeply in its remarkable defense industry for the production of a range of air defense systems. Our companies themselves are also stepping up to deliver on demand. Rheinmetall Italia is announcing investments which will enable it to double the production capacity. And it will be done in a production plant in Rome that works on air defense capabilities and ammunition. All of these announcements are impressive. All of them are crucial, and all of them are urgent. And this is all necessary to keep our skies safe and to keep our deterrence and defense credible.
Thank you, Deputy Secretary General. I now invite the participating allied representatives of the High Visibility Project on Air Defence Capabilities against Lower-Level Air Threats to the stage. Belgium, Denmark, Finland, Greece, Romania, Sweden, and Turkey. Please remain on the stage as I now invite the additional participating allied representatives of the Passive Air Surveillance Capabilities High Visibility Project to the stage. Norway, please. Thank you. I would like to invite Belgium and Turkey to remain on the stage. The other representatives may return to their seats. For the new joint procurement initiative of the Netherlands and Belgium and the Turkish investments in IAMD, highlighted by the DSG, I would now like to invite allied representatives from the Netherlands and Turkey to join Belgium on the stage, as well as industry representatives from Aselsan and Roketsan. Thank you very much. You may return to your seats. Deputy Secretary General.
So today we demonstrated our commitment to really turn cash into capabilities. Allies are putting the extra defense spending at work. We have done this through an impressive range of announcements and contracts for delivering capabilities across a wide set of really critical areas. Now it is time to, in a way, seal the deals by putting pen to paper. For this, I would like to invite all contributing allies to come on stage and sign on the dotted line. And at the same time, we will acknowledge the indispensable role of our partners in industry and the NATO agencies for delivering real-world solutions in response to these commitments. And this will really be the first step for turning what we articulated over the course of today into reality. So please join me at the stage.
I now invite all allies signing one of the initiatives highlighted today to come to the stage. You will find your flag at your seat, as well as the documents you have agreed to sign today. So to the stage, please. Belgium, Canada, Croatia, Czechia, Denmark, Estonia, Finland, France, Germany, Greece, Iceland, Italy, Latvia, Lithuania, Luxembourg, the Netherlands, Montenegro, North Macedonia, Norway, Poland, Portugal, Romania, Slovakia, Spain, Sweden, Turkey, the United Kingdom, and the United States. Thank you all. You may now sign the documents in front of you. Thank you all. I now invite our signatories to the stairs, together with the NATO's Deputy Secretary General at the centre of the stage for a group photo, please. I also now invite all of the companies who are contributing to the initiatives highlighted today to the stairs to join this photograph. Accenture, Airbus, Anduril, Aselsan, Athea SAS, Boeing, Diehl, General Dynamics Land Systems, Isar Aerospace, Kongsberg, Lockheed Martin, MLS, Northrop Grumman, Palantir Technologies, Patria, PGZ, Raytheon, Rheinmetall, Roketsan, Saab, Shield AI, STM, Tubitak, as well as the general managers of the NATO Support and Procurement Agency and the NATO Communications and Information Agency. To the stage, please. Thank you all for being here today and for following us online. This concludes this segment of our announcements ceremony, and thank you to the Deputy Secretary General.
Beyefendi. Beyefendi. Şöyle döner misiniz ya? Yücel Bey. Ha Yücel Bey. Beyefendi, arkadaşlar. Oraya geçeceğiz. Tamam mı? Ona göre hareket edelim. 12 olmuş Güney Kore. Ona göre revize geliyor. Erken geliyor. Güney Kore 12. 12 50. 12 50. Rahatlattınız ya. Pardon. Pardon, pardon. Biraz böyle gider misin öyle?
Aynen beraber gidiyoruz abi. Geçiyorum direkt.
Siz kulaklık
I'll be watching from backstage.
Ladies and gentlemen, please.
Hanımefendiler ve beyefendiler, lütfen yerinize oturabilir misiniz? Etkinliğimiz başlamak üzere. Teşekkür ediyoruz.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Hoş geldiniz. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. Welcome back and welcome to Ankara and welcome back to the plenary stage of the NATO Summit Defence Industry Forum. We are also broadcasting live, so welcome to those of you who are joining us now online. I'm Maria Ramos. I'm a television news anchor for Turkey's international news channel, TRT World, and I'm also your Master of Ceremonies today. It's such a pleasure to be with you here today for the NATO Summit Defence Industry Forum. This morning, as so many of you heard, the NATO Secretary General and the Deputy Secretary General made a series of important announcements. And they demonstrated how the alliance is uniting, innovating, and also delivering on production capacity and also on the capabilities that matter the most. And you can read all about these announcements on the NATO website and also, of course, in the press. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an amazing and very rich afternoon ahead for you today. And we have gathered here heads of state, ministers, CEOs from a very wide range of industries. And they will be sharing how NATO is working to deliver on its commitment to rapidly ramp up defense industrial production and innovation across the alliance. And before we begin, please, phones on silent. Ladies and gentlemen, let's start. Please join me in welcoming to the stage the Minister of National Defense of Turkey, Yaşar Güler. Excellency, the stage is yours.
Sayın Cumhurbaşkanı Yardımcım,
Your Excellency,
Sayın Genel
Mr. Vice
Sekreter,
President, Mr.
Sayın
Secretary General,
Bakanlar, değerli
Honorable
komutanlar,
Ministers, Distinguished
savunma
Commanders,
sanayinin değerli
esteemed
temsilcileri ve
representatives of
kıymetli
defense
konuklar,
industry, and dear
sizleri
guests,
saygıyla
I
selamlıyorum.
greet you all with utmost respect.
NATO Savunma Sanayi Forumu vesilesiyle
It's a
sizlerle bir
great
arada
pleasure to be with
bulunmaktan
you on the
büyük bir
occasion of
memnuniyet
NATO Defense
duyuyorum.
Industry Forum today.
Sayın Cumhurbaşkanı Yardımcım,
Your
saygıdeğer
Excellency, Mr. Vice
konuklar.
President, esteemed
NATO
guests,
zirvesi kapsamında
at this
düzenlenen bu
forum held
forumda
as part of the NATO Summit,
ittifakımızın gelecekteki
we are addressing
caydırıcılık
one of the most
ve
critical
savunma
areas
mimarisini şekillendirecek
that will shape the
en
future
kritik
deterrence and
alanlardan
defense
birini,
architecture of our
yani
alliance.
savunma
Our
sanayi
defense
kapasitemizi,
industrial capacity,
üretim gücümüzü
our production
ve
power,
yenilikçi kabiliyetlerimizi
and our
ele
innovative
alıyoruz.
capabilities.
İçinde bulunduğumuz güvenlik ortamı
The security environment
bizlere
we are
çok açık
facing
bir
today
gerçeği
reminds us
hatırlatmaktadır.
of a very clear fact.
Ülkeler
In
egemenliklerini,
order to protect
hak ve
their
menfaatlerini
sovereignty,
koruyabilmeleri
rights and
için
interests,
güçlü bir
countries
devlet
must have a
yapısına,
strong state structure,
etkin bir diplomasiye,
effective diplomacy,
caydırıcı bir
deterrent
askeri
military
kapasiteye ve sürdürülebilir bir
sustainable
savunma
defense
sanayi
industry
ekosistemine sahip olmalıdır. Bu çerçevede NATO'nun
In
kolektif
this
savunma
context,
anlayışı
NATO's collective
ve
defense
müttefikler
approach,
arasındaki
solidarity,
dayanışma
and
ruhu
the
ve
determination to
birlikte
act
hareket
together
etme kararlılığı
are more
bugün
important
her zamankinden daha fazla önem taşımaktadır.
today than ever before.
Bu kararlılığı destekleyen üretim kapasitesi,
The production capacity,
mühimmat stoku,
ammunition
platform
stocks,
modernizasyonu,
platform modernization,
sürdürülebilir
sustainable
tedarik
supply
zincirleri
chains,
ve
and
hızlı
an
uyum
effective
sağlayabilen
defense industrial ecosystem
sanayi
to
ekosistemi
support
de
that
bir
determination
o kadar
are
hayatidir.
equally vital.
Nitekim
Indeed,
Ukrayna'daki savaş,
the
modern
war in
harp
Ukraine
ortamında mühimmat
has shown
tedariki
how
hızının,
decisive the pace of
insansız
ammunition
sistemlerin,
supply,
hava ve
unmanned
füze
systems,
savunmasının,
air and missile
elektronik
defense,
harbin ve
electronic
hızlı
warfare,
inovasyonun
and rapid
ne
innovation
kadar
are in
belirleyici
modern
olduğunu
warfare.
göstermiştir. Son dönemde Hürmüz Boğazı ve çevresinde yaşanan gelişmeler
Recent
ise
developments around the Strait of
ulaştırma
Hormuz
hatları
have once
güvenliğiyle
again demonstrated
tedarik
that
zinciri
the
yönetiminin
security of lines of
artık
communication
savunma
and
planlamasının
supply
ayrılmaz
chain
bir
management
parçası
are
olduğunu
now an
bir kez
integral
daha
part
ortaya
of
koymuştur.
defense planning.
Bu nedenle artık hepimiz için temel soru şudur:
Therefore, the fundamental question for all of us
taahhütlerimizi
is
ne kadar
how
hızlı,
quickly can we turn
gerçek
our
kabiliyetiyle
commitments into
ve
real
kabiliyete
capabilities?
dönüştürebiliyoruz? Ankara zirvesinin ana hedeflerinden biri
This is
de
precisely one of the main
müttefiklerin savunma
objectives of the
yatırımındaki
Ankara Summit.
artışlarını göstermeleri,
Allies demonstrating the
yeni
increase in
yetenek
their defense
hedeflerine
investments,
ulaşmaları,
meeting new
üretim
capability targets,
kapasitelerini büyütmeleri
expanding production capacity,
ve daha güçlü,
and building a
daha
stronger,
yenilikçi,
more innovative,
daha dayanıklı
and
bir
more
transatlantik
resilient
savunma sanayi
defense industrial
tabanını
base.
inşa etmeleridir. Bu bilinçle hareket eden Türkiye,
With this mindset,
savunma
Turkey has
sanayindeki
brought
yerli
its
ve milli
domestic and
üretim
national industrial
kapasitesini,
production capacity
mühendislik
and engineering
altyapısını
infrastructure
küresel ölçekte
to a
dikkat
level
çeken
that attracts
bir seviyeye
attention
ulaştırmıştır.
globally.
Bugün kara, deniz ve hava
Today, we
platformlarından
possess significant
insansız
capabilities
sistemlere,
across a wide spectrum,
elektronik
from
harp
land,
kabiliyetlerinden
naval,
hava
and
savunma
air
çözümlerine
platforms
kadar
to unmanned systems,
geniş bir
electronic
alanda
warfare capabilities,
önemli
and
yetkinliklere
air defense
sahibiz.
solutions.
Nitekim tersanelerimizde onlarca
Indeed,
askeri gemi
dozens of
eş
military
zamanlı
vessels
olarak
are
inşa
being
edilmektedir.
built simultaneously in
Türkiye,
our shipyards.
deniz platformları üretiminde sadece
Turkey has
kendi
a level of
ihtiyaçlarını
naval
karşılayan
platform
değil,
production capacity
aynı
which
zamanda
meets her own
müttefiklerine
requirements and
ve
also
ortaklarına
contributes
da
to allies
katkı
and
sunabilen
partners.
ölçekte bir kapasiteye sahiptir. Kara gücümüzün modernizasyonu kapsamında
Regarding the
Altay
modernization of our land
ana
forces,
muharebe
the serial
tankımızın seri
production phase
üretim
of our
safhası,
Altay main battle
zırhlı
tank
kara
is
araçları
a
alanında
concrete
ulaştığımız
demonstration of the technological
teknolojik
and
ve
industrial
endüstriyel
level
seviyenin
we
somut
have reached in
göstergeleridir.
armored land systems.
Kaan programı,
In the
hava
air
harekat
domain,
alanında
the
Türkiye'nin
Kaan
yüksek
program shows
teknolojiye
that
dayalı
Turkey has entered a
muharip
new
hava
league in
platformları
developing high
geliştirme
technology combat
kapasitesinde
air platforms.
yeni bir lige çıktığını göstermektedir. Mühimmat üretimi de ittifak için en kritik
Ammunition
başlıklardan
production is
birisidir.
also one of the most critical
Son
issues for
yıllarda
the alliance.
155 milimetrelik mühimmat
We
üretim
have rapidly
kapasitemizi
increased our
çok hızlı
155
biçimde
mm
artırdık
ammunition production
ve bu alanda
capacity
somut
in recent years
sonuç üreten müttefiklerden birisi
and
olduk.
became an ally delivering concrete results in this
Roketsan'ın
field.
yeni üretim ve
Through
entegrasyon
Roketsan's new
yatırımlarıyla
production and integration
füze
investments,
ve mühimmat üretim
we are
kapasitelerimizi
significantly expanding our
önemli
missile
ölçüde
and munitions
büyütüyoruz.
production capacity.
Aselsan ve Havelsan gibi
The
şirketlerimizin
investments
radar,
of our companies such as
elektronik harp,
Aselsan and
haberleşme,
Havelsan in radar,
komuta kontrol,
electronic warfare,
yazılım,
communications,
simülasyon
command and control,
ve yapay zeka
software,
destekli sistemler
simulation,
alanındaki
and
yatırımları
artificial
ise
intelligence-enabled systems
savunma sanayi
are
kapasitemizi
advancing our
yalnızca
defense industrial
nicelik olarak
capacity
değil,
both in
nitelik
scale
olarak da ileri
and quality.
taşımaktadır. Tüm bunlarla birlikte NATO'nun %5 savunma yatırım taahhüdünü de önemli
We also
görüyoruz.
attach great importance to
Zira
NATO's
bu taahhüt
5% defense
aynı
investment
zamanda
pledge,
ittifakın caydırıcılığını
because it is also
güçlendirme,
a concrete expression
savunma
of the
üretimini
alliance's will to
ölçeklendirme
strengthen
ve
deterrence,
ihtiyaç duyduğumuz
scale
kabiliyetleri
up defense production,
zamanında sahaya
and deliver
yansıtma
the capabilities we
iradesinin
need on the
somut
ground in a timely
göstergesidir.
manner.
Sayın Cumhurbaşkanı Yardımcım, değerli
Your
konuklar,
Excellency, Mr. Vice President,
yaşanan
distinguished
savaşlar
guests,
ve çatışmalar göstermiştir
the
ki
wars and conflicts have
sahadaki
demonstrated
başarı
that success on the
yalnızca mevcut
battlefield
stoklara değil,
depends both on
aynı
existing
zamanda
stocks
hızlı öğrenme,
and the capacity to
hızlı
learn,
üretme ve
produce,
hızlı
and
uyarlama
adapt
kapasitesine
quickly.
bağlıdır. Drone teknolojilerinden elektronik harbe,
From drone technologies
mühimmat
to
üretiminden
electronic
yazılım
warfare,
güncellemelerine
from
kadar
ammunition
birçok
production to
alanda
software updates,
askerler,
the shorter the
mühendisler,
distance between the
girişimciler
troops,
ve karar vericiler
engineers,
arasındaki mesafe
entrepreneurs, and
kısaldıkça
decision makers is,
cephedeki
the
etkinlik de
greater
bir o
the
kadar
effectiveness on the
artmaktadır.
battlefield becomes.
Bu nedenle bizlerin görevi
Therefore, our task
barış zamanında bu
is to
işbirliği
build this
kültürünü
culture of
inşa
cooperation
etmektir.
in peacetime.
Kriz ortaya
Once
çıktıktan
a
sonra
crisis
üretim
emerges,
hattı kurmak,
it may be too
tedarik
late
zinciri
to establish
oluşturmak
production lines,
veya ortak
build
standart
supply
geliştirmek
chains,
çok geç
or
olabilir.
develop common standards.
Hazırlık bugünden
The
yapılmalıdır.
preparation must begin today.
Çağrımız açıktır.
Our call is clear.
Taahhütleri kabiliyete dönüştürelim.
Let us turn commitments into
Kaynakları
capabilities.
üretime
Let us
dönüştürelim.
turn resources into
Sanayi
production.
gücümüzü caydırıcılığa
Let
dönüştürelim
us turn industrial
ve
strength into
ittifakımızın
deterrence.
güvenliğini
And let us
sözlerle
strengthen
değil,
the security of our
sahada
alliance not
karşılığı
merely
olan
with words,
somut
but with
kapasiteyle
concrete
güçlendirelim.
capacity that has real effect
Bu
on the ground.
çerçevede
In this
forum
context,
boyunca yapılacak temas
we
ve
hope that the meetings
değerlendirmelerin
and assessments
gerçek
of this forum
projelere,
will
ortak
result in real
girişimlere,
projects,
üretim
joint ventures,
mutabakatlarına ve
production
kabiliyet
arrangements,
çıktılarına dönüşmesini
and
temenni
capability
ediyorum.
outputs.
Bu duygu ve
With these
düşüncelerle
thoughts in
sizleri
mind,
bir kez
I
daha
once again
saygıyla
greet you
selamlıyor
all with the
ve
utmost
tüm
respect
katılımcılara
and thank all
teşekkürlerimi
participants
sunuyorum.
of this
Thank you.
magnificent event. Thank you.
Çok teşekkür ederim, Minister Yaşar Güler. Thank you very much indeed for your comments there. Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we continue. Please join me now in giving a very warm welcome to the NATO Secretary General, Mark Rutte. The stage is yours, Secretary General.
Thank you, Maria, Mr. Vice President, Excellencies, dear friends. A good afternoon, everyone, and a very warm welcome to the NATO Summit Defense Industry Forum. As we are in the middle of the World Cup, let me start with a little football analogy. And I do this with a heavy heart, as the Netherlands, my country, has been kicked out, and also Curaçao, which is part of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, has been kicked out of the World Cup. But still, I maintain the football analogy. Because there is something I believe football teaches us. No team wins because of one brilliant player. You need a goalkeeper, you need the defenders, the midfielders, the strikers. And yes, everyone notices the player who scores the winning goal. But behind every successful player and team out on the pitch are many others on the bench and behind the scenes. The coaches, the trainers, the analysts, the people making sure everything works. Everyone matters, no one wins alone. NATO is much the same. It takes a whole team to deter and defend most effectively. Our political leaders set the direction. Our armed forces are on the pitch every single day. And you, our defense industry, provide the strength behind the team. The equipment, the innovation, the production capacity. To have power, resilience and endurance, we all need to be fully engaged in the game. Working together for our shared security. You need us at NATO to tell you what our militaries need. That is the demand. And we need you to turn those requirements into real capabilities. That is the supply. That is why it is so crucial that we continue to build cooperation between NATO and industry. I have seen it grow and develop since I took over in 2024. I visited factories and facilities across the alliance, including here in Turkey. I've spoken with company leaders, engineers and workers on the factory floor. I've seen the innovation. I've seen the opportunity. And I see our partnership in action right here at this forum. This is what teamwork looks like. And this is a team that knows how to score. Last year at the NATO Summit in The Hague, allies made important commitments to invest 5% of GDP in defense, to accelerate production and to speed up innovation. 1 year later, we can already see the results. Last year alone, European allies and Canada spent nearly 20% more on defense than the year before. An extra $139 billion. Looking at 2025 and 2026 together, it is an increase, again, Canada and the Europeans, of $258 billion, more than 250 billion. And that's just the additional investment. So basically one thing is clear. The money is there and much more is coming. But this cash must be put to work. It needs to purchase capabilities, to actually deter and defend. Governments and the defense industry are laying the path by investing in expanding defense production. Over the last year alone, we have seen $37 billion invested in just boosting our defense industrial base itself. Again, think about this number, 37 billion to boost our defense industrial base. So larger factories, new production lines, more capacity. In fact, there is enough additional production space to cover more than 2,000 football pitches. And just this morning at the forum, substantial new contracts were signed and more big announcements were made. Altogether worth tens of billions of dollars and growing. That means more air defense systems and strike capabilities, more satellite communications, more ammunition, more drones and counter-drone systems, and increased resilience and preparedness. According to our projections, by next year, the alliance will have the capacity to produce around 4 million artillery shells annually. Almost twice as many as last year. That's scale. So yes, we have made real progress. We are moving in the right direction. The strategy is clear. But the match is far from over. And to win it, we need all team members to pull their weight. Do more, faster, together. We don't have the luxury of time. We need capabilities now to ensure we remain ready. The security situation demands it. Russia. Russia is pouring almost half of its national budget into its war machine. Can you imagine? Almost 50% of what Russia spends is put into the war machine. Its defense industry is working around the clock. And not only the defense industry, also the rest of the industrial base in Russia is supporting the war effort. China continues to modernize its armed forces and expand its nuclear capabilities without transparency. North Korea continues to expand its nuclear program and supply Russia. And while recent US action has significantly degraded Iran's nuclear and ballistic missile programs, we must remain vigilant. These countries are increasingly working together. And that should concern us all, Because I assure you, they do not have our best interests in mind. So that's what we are up against. That's the reality we face. To meet the challenge, we need a transatlantic defense industrial revolution. The hum of machinery must become a roar. Now, that sounds dramatic, but it can be done. Governments have their role to play. They must continue placing long-term orders and signing contracts. Today is an excellent example of that kind of contracts we need to put on the table. More of that, please. We need a bonfire of red tape in our procurement and in our cross-border regulation. Both government and industry must continue investing in production capacity. Governments must also create the conditions for industry to expand and cooperate. Factories need reliable energy, electricity and fuel. They need secure supply chains. And above all, they need skilled people. Engineers, technicians, innovators. At the same time, industry across all of the nations represented here must be ready to take more risk. The demand is there and you know it. We are being much more open about what we need. At the summit, we are releasing publicly for the requirements. We will help ensure you know the demands and understand it. And you also know the market is growing. Allies will continue to invest in defense. This is not an anomaly, this is a trend. Lastly, no single nation and no single industry can power an industrial revolution alone. But the good news is that we don't have to, because we have NATO. We combine the assets, the technologies and the industries of 32 countries across Europe and North America. That's incredibly powerful. We have an unequal pool of talent, creativity and expertise out there. And many are right here in this room today. And we are even stronger when we work together with our partners. With Ukraine, of course, which continues to innovate at incredible speed. It now boasts an unparalleled drone ecosystem. And we are creating opportunities for more industrial cooperation and co-production with Ukraine. We must seize this opportunity. We are also building industrial cooperation with the European Union and countries in the Indo-Pacific. I've seen the Japanese defense minister and others here in this room today. Welcome. Because when we combine our efforts, we produce more, we innovate faster, and we strengthen all our security. So today, we are on the cusp of the transatlantic defense industrial revolution. I'm asking you to take a leap and show our people that we are ready and capable to protect them anywhere at any time. And show Russia and all those watching today that the transatlantic defense industrial base is mobilizing with purpose. Not in anger, but for our collective security. So let me finish where I started. Winning teams prepare. They train, they invest, they build trust, and they keep improving. That's exactly what we must continue to do. The partnership between NATO and industry is the winning one. So now, let's deliver even more, even faster, and together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. All right, we continue. Thank you so much, Secretary General Mark Rutte, and thank you for that analogy also with regards to football, very important. All right, for our next keynote, it's a pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome to the stage the Vice President of Turkey, Cevdet Yilmaz. Excellency, the floor is yours. Welcome to you.
NATO'nun saygıdeğer Genel
Secretary
Sekreteri
General of NATO, Mr. Mark Rutte,
Çekya Başbakanı,
Distinguished Prime Minister
değerli
of Czechia,
bakanlar,
distinguished
NATO
ministers,
üyesi ülkelerin kıymetli
distinguished
yetkilileri,
representatives of
değerli
the allied
misafirler,
countries,
hanımefendiler,
distinguished guests,
beyefendiler,
ladies and gentlemen,
hepinizi
I'd like
saygıyla
to welcome you all
selamlıyorum.
and greet you all
Ankara'ya,
wholeheartedly and with respect.
NATO Ankara Zirvesi
Welcome to Ankara.
Savunma Sanayi
Welcome
Forumu'na
to NATO
hoş
Summit
geldiniz
Defense
diyorum.
Industry Forum, ladies and gentlemen.
Bildiğiniz gibi bundan 22
As
sene
you know,
önce
22 years ago,
İstanbul'da NATO'ya ev
we
sahipliği yapmıştık.
hosted the NATO Summit
Bugün
in Istanbul.
Türkiye'de
Back then.
savunma sanayinin kalbi konumunda
today,
olan
we
başkentimiz
have been gathered
Ankara'da
together in the capital city
sizleri
of
bir
Ankara,
kez
which is
daha
considered to be the
misafir
heart of the
etmekten
defense industry
ve
in Turkey.
ittifakımızın
So
bu
we are
önemli
absolutely delighted
toplantısını
to have
gerçekleştiriyor
you in
olmaktan
Ankara in this
büyük
very
bir memnuniyet
important
duyuyoruz.
summit of our alliance.
Bugün
Ladies and
müttefik ve
gentlemen,
ortak ülkeler olarak
as the
hepimizi etkileyen
alliance itself
küresel
and
gelişmeleri
allied countries,
değerlendirecek,
we have been up against some
ortaya
important
çıkan
global developments.
yeni
We will have the
fırsatları
chance
ve
to
zorlukları
evaluate and assess
ve
all
bunlara
these
yönelik
developments in
atabileceğimiz
addition to the
adımları
challenges and tests that we
istişare
are up against.
edecek
We are going to discuss
imkanı
how
bulacağız.
and what kind of steps we are going
Değerli
to
konuklar,
take all together
bugünkü
to
forumda
combat those
ve
challenges.
yarınki
Ladies and
zirvede
gentlemen,
ittifakımız
in this forum
yeni
today
bir döneme
and in the Leaders
adım
Summit
atmaktadır.
tomorrow, we are going to see
NATO
that the
3.0
alliance is
olarak da
taking a new
adlandırılan
step
bu yeni
into
dönemde
NATO
ittifak içinde
3.0.
külfetin giderek daha adil biçimde
There will be
paylaşıldığını
fairer
göreceğimizi
burden sharing in the
düşünüyorum.
alliance thanks to NATO 3.0.
Zira gelinen aşamada
And
mevcut jeopolitik
progress
sınamalar
that we achieved
ışığında
shows us
NATO
that
içinde
in the face of
daha
the
güçlü bir
geopolitical
Avrupa
challenges
sütunu
that we have
inşa
today,
edilmesi
we need to
bir
build a
zorunluluk haline
stronger
gelmiştir.
European pillar in the
Geçtiğimiz
alliance.
yıl
And last
Lahey'de
year,
aldığımız
in The Hague,
savunma harcamalarındaki
we
artış
took
kararının
important decisions,
tüm
including
müttefikler
increasing the
tarafından
defense
kayda
spending.
değer ölçüde yerine
And
getirildiğini
these commitments have
ve
been
savunma
assumed
harcamalarına
duly by
yönelik yaklaşımın
almost all of the allied
köklü bir
countries,
şekilde
and
dönüştüğünü
approach
görüyoruz.
to defense spending has been
Şimdi
transformed on the side
önümüzdeki
of
sınama
all of the allied countries.
artan savunma
And the
harcamalarının
test today
somut
is
yeteneklere
to turn the
dönüştürülmesi
increased defense
ve bunun
spending
için
into
gerekli
concrete capabilities
sanayi üretim
and to
kapasitesinin
make sure that
oluşturulması.
we create the industrial base
Hepimizin
in order to
üretim
achieve our
kapasitemizi
commitments.
hızla
This is why we need
ve
to ramp
birbiriyle
up
uyum
the
içinde
production
genişletmemiz gerektiği
capacities
yönündeki tespitlere
in
katılıyoruz.
harmony with each
Bu
other.
bağlamda
In this respect,
Sayın
let me
Rutte'nin sıklıkla kullandığı
also
Teksas'tan Ankara'ya ifadesi
the
son derece
statement from
anlamlıdır.
Mr. Rutte. He
Kıymetli
always says that
misafirler,
from Arkansas to
Cumhurbaşkanımız
Ankara.
Sayın
So
Recep
let me
Tayyip
repeat what he
Erdoğan'ın
said, from Arkansas to
güçlü
Ankara,
siyasi
we need to work
iradesiyle
together
Türkiye,
under the strong leadership
içinde
of His Excellency,
bulunduğumuz dönemin
President of the Republic of
ruhunu
Turkey,
erken bir
we
aşamada kavramanın
have been
ve
trying to
savunma
understand
sanayinde
the current
erken bir dönemde
threat
yola
landscape,
çıkmış olmanın
and
avantajını
accordingly, we've
yaşamaktadır.
been taking steps in
Bugün
order to
Türkiye,
progress and advance our
dünyada savunma
defense industry in
ihracatçısı
Turkey.
ülkeler arasında
Turkey is one of the
11.
defense
sırada yer
exporters
alıyor.
around the globe. We are ranking
Yakın bir
number
gelecekte
11 around the globe when it
ilk
comes to the
10 arasına
defense
girmeyi
exporters. And hopefully we are going
hedefliyoruz.
to rank one of the top 10
Futbol tabiriyle
countries
ifade
very
edecek
soon.
olursak Türkiye birinci
hopefully
ligde olmayı
Turkey,
hedefleyen bir ülke
will be
konumunda.
in the first league
Savunma
if we continue
sanayimiz
with the football analogy.
pek çok açıdan
Our defense
kapsamlı bir dönüşüm geçirmiş.
industry has been going through some
Ürün
comprehensive
yelpazemiz artık
transformation.
hava,
Our
kara,
production mix
deniz,
include air,
siber ve
land,
uzay alanlarının
maritime, cyber,
hepsini
and space
kapsamaktadır.
areas. All of them are
Bu
included in our
çabalarımız
portfolio.
sonucunda
As a result
Türk
of our
Silahlı
extensive
Kuvvetlerimizin envanterinin
capabilities,
yerlilik oranı
the
%80'i aşmıştır.
localization rate of the Turkish
Bununla
armed
birlikte
forces is more than
Türkiye,
80%
müttefik
nowadays.
ülkeler için de
And for the
güvenilir
allied
bir
countries,
tedarik kaynağı
Turkey is
ve
being a
proje
source
ortağı
of
haline
supply,
gelmiştir.
reliable supply, and a
Savunma
source
ve
of
havacılık
reliable
ihracatımız
project
son
making.
bir yıllık dönemde
And our
11
defense
milyar doları aşmıştır.
investments increased by
İhracatımızın
increased,
yarıdan
expanded
fazlası
11
NATO müttefiklerimize ve Avrupa Birliği üyesi ülkelere gerçekleştirilmiştir. Türkiye bugün tüm dünyanın takdirini kazanmış İHA ve SİHA'larıyla elektronik harp sisteminden savaş gemilerine, 5. nesil savaş uçağından derin taarruz yeteneklerine kadar her alanda son teknolojiye sahip sistemleri üretebilmektedir. Dünyanın en büyük 100 savunma şirketinden 5'i Türk şirketleridir. Savunma sanayinde geldiğimiz bu aşama asla tesadüf değildir. Türkiye bu ilerlemeyi kamu ve sanayinin birlikte çalışmasıyla ve savunma sanayi firmalarını sürece en başından itibaren dahil ederek gerçekleştirmiştir. Bugün Sayın Genel Sekreter tarafından duyurulan NATO'nun sanayi işbirliğine yönelik geniş stratejisi de esasen buna işaret etmektedir. Değerli konuklar, savunma sanayi dayanıklılığı artık sadece hükümetlerin ve şirketlerin meselesi olmaktan çıkmıştır. Bu alanda başarı ancak üniversiteler, finans sektörü, iş gücü gibi toplumun tüm katmanlarının sürece dahil edilmesiyle mümkün olabilecek. Tüm bu yapı her şeyden önce insan gücüne dayanmaktadır. Bugün Türkiye'nin savunma sanayi iş gücünün ortalama yaşı 34'tür. Mühendislerimizin yarısını ise kadınlar, genç kızlar oluşturmaktadır. Bu da bize şunu söylüyor, gelecek bizim. Genç iş gücümüzdür. Güçlü bir savunma sanayinin en önemli unsurlarından birinin yetenek havuzunun derinliği olduğunun bilinciyle bu iş gücünü daha da geliştirmeye kararlıyız. Gerek 100.000'i aşkın nitelikli istihdam, gerek hızla artan ihracat, gerekse sivil endüstrilere sirayet eden teknolojik yenilikler ile savunma sanayimiz aynı zamanda ekonomik kalkınmamıza ve sosyal refahımıza da katkı sunmaktadır. Ben yıllarca Kalkınma Bakanlığı yaptım. Savunma sanayi sadece güvenliği değil, teknolojik seviyeyi yükselterek tüm kalkınma sürecini de desteklemektedir. Aynı şekilde yapay zeka başta olmak üzere teknolojinin oyun değiştirici gelişimi göz önüne alındığında savunma sanayinde inovasyonun önemi hiç olmadığı kadar artmış, araştırma geliştirme çabaları sürecin ayrılmaz bir parçası olmuş. Diğer yandan savunma sanayinin gelişimi için uluslararası işbirliği de kritik önem taşımaktadır. Türkiye bu alandaki işbirliklerini sadece ihracat zaviyesinden değil, müttefiklerle ortak üretim, tasarım ve geliştirme perspektifinden ele almaktadır. Geçtiğimiz hafta Sayın Cumhurbaşkanımızın müttefik parlamenterlere açıkça ifade ettiği üzere savunma sanayi ticareti ve işbirliğinin önündeki engelleri hep birlikte kaldırmalıyız. Müttefikler arasında savunma alanındaki ticari kısıtlamaları ve yaptırımları mutlaka hep birlikte ortadan kaldırmalıyız. İttifakın askeri hazırlık düzeyini arttırmak istiyorsak, kolektif güvenliğimizi güçlendirmek istiyorsak, bu anlamsız yaptırımları, kısıtlamaları hep birlikte masadan temizlemeliyiz. Bu nedenle hem müttefikler arası ikili düzeydeki tüm kısıtlamalar kaldırılmalı, hem de NATO'nun Avrupa sütununa önemli katkı sağlayan Türkiye, başta AB olmak üzere Avrupa'daki tüm savunma ve güvenlik girişimlerine katılabilmelidir. Aksi takdirde üretim kapasitesinin gelişimi yavaşlayacak ve üretim maliyetleri artacaktır. Daha dayanıklı bir Avrupa Atlantik güvenliği, üretim kapasitesini, teknoloji birikimini ve operasyonel tecrübeyi aynı stratejik hedefe yönlendirebilen bir güvenlik mimarisiyle mümkün. Türkiye bu mimaride güçlü, güvenilir ve katkı sağlayan bir ortak olarak yer almaya hazırdır. Değerli katılımcılar, bugün bu anlayış temelinde savunma sanayi işbirliğine yeni bir istikamet vermek üzere yapacağımız görüşmelerin şimdiden hayırlı olmasını, tüm ülkeler için ve NATO için yararlı sonuçlar doğurmasını diliyorum. Temaslarımızın yeni işbirliklerine kapılar aralayacağına canı gönülden inanıyorum. Sabah oturumlarında yapılan ve günün geri kalanında yapılacak olan görüşmelerin, anlaşmaların ve duyuruların NATO'nun caydırıcılık ve savunmasına önemli katkılar sağlayacağına ve müttefikler arasında daha güçlü sanayi işbirliği için yollar açacağına eminim. Bu düşüncelerle hepinizi tekrar saygıyla, sevgiyle selamlıyor. Ankara'ya, Türkiye'ye tekrar hoş geldiniz diyorum.
Çok teşekkür ederim Cevdet Yilmaz. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. And I'm sure, ladies and gentlemen, if I may, speaking on behalf of all of us, how happy we are and grateful for Turkey's generosity and hospitality as hosts of this important event. Teşekkür ederim, Turkey. Thank you very much indeed for being such graceful hosts. Ladies and gentlemen, we move now to our panels, and we'll be starting with one entitled Navigating the Ramp Up, a Conversation with Industry. And I think it's clear to everyone in this room that industrial might and military might go hand in hand. And our conversation this afternoon is just that, navigating the ramp up, a conversation with industry. Now, this features several private sector leaders who are working to ensure our militaries are getting what they need. And for this session, we're very happy to have our moderator, who will be Jenna Ben Yehuda, Executive Vice President at the Atlantic Council. And our panelists will be Uwe Horstmann, Chief Executive Officer at Stark Defense, plus Jay Pittman, President of Lockheed Martin International, and Charles Woodburn, Group Chief Executive Officer at BAE Systems. I now invite you all to join me here on stage. Welcome to you. Jenna, hi.
Well, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for that kind introduction. We are gathered here in Ankara just 1 year after the alliance adopted a bold new defense commitment to increase defense spending in The Hague. What a year it's been. We're already seeing real strides, but we know that turning those new defense dollars, euros, and lira into real capabilities is easier said than done, and realizing this once-in-a-generation defense transformation really demands a whole-of-society approach that is led by governments working in lockstep with industry. We know that's not easy to do, and it's a challenge that institutions across the alliance are grappling with, including at the Atlantic Council through our ongoing task force on reimagining European defense and innovation. So in recognition of these shared challenges, and with an eye toward bold and innovative solution, it's really a privilege to moderate this panel, and I'm delighted to be joined here on stage by an esteemed group of military leaders. We have Uwe Horstmann, the founder and chief executive officer of Stark. Uwe has been a leading voice for investment in European sovereignty for the last 15 years. Jay Pittman, the president of Lockheed Martin International. Jay is responsible for driving strategies to provide mission capability to allies and oversees the company's business in markets outside of the United States. And Dr. Charles Woodburn, the Group Chief Executive Officer at BAE Systems. He's an experienced business leader with more than 28 years of experience in defense and aerospace and oil and gas industries. So we have tight time and about 3 days worth of content to get into, so I'm going to jump right in here. There's been a lot of discussion about industrial ramp-up, and we know that contracts are the obvious lever, but they're not the only one. And so as we look beyond contracting, what government or industry initiatives do you think have actually moved the needle on scaling up defense production? So what's working and what's missing? Uwe, let's start with you.
Of course, yeah. Thank you. I think that's exactly the right question, right? Because that is probably also what gets us from an abundance of money available, as the Secretary General just said. There's more to come. How do we translate that into actual capabilities? Because just price increases is probably not the right way. And I think we would always be well advised to look towards Ukraine and figure out what is the role model that we should look up to. And for me, that is really building an innovation ecosystem, getting that innovation ecosystem going. It's much more that than just this one single capability that we maybe hope for is going to solve all of our issues. So diving deeper into that, I think that's also where I look to when trying to answer your question. Two things. A, I think we need to continue on the path to design for mass production. When we have people come to our facilities, we had production experts there the other day, and they said like, wow, this looks like a washing machine factory. And I'm not sure if they tried to insult us, but actually we wear it as a badge of honor, because if you get your production for an unmanned mass-scale weapon system at the complexity of a washing machine, you're probably going in the right way. So I think we should continue with our procurement to not forget, but really strengthen that part of the industry. There's other parts, if I pick out a second one, where I think I would describe myself as a paranoid optimist. So I think we're moving in that direction, but we probably could always go faster. I think specifically in my part, in my component of the capabilities, again, unmanned, mass producible, software defined, we can still work a lot on certification. Certification itself, of course, is a massively important step for us. What do I mean by that? Concretely, I think we need more testing facilities, certification facilities in Europe. We can probably condense the procurement with the testing and the certification even further. And we probably should also look more into how certification in one country can also be absorbed by another country. So those are a few things where I would say we're following the blueprint of Ukraine, which is not one single wonder weapon, but the ecosystem organization is the wonder weapon, of course, combined with industrial production output. And if I think we follow that path, generally, that's the right way to go.
Charles, you mentioned that you're really feeling this change, and Uwe has pointed to some of those elements. What else are you seeing in your space that you feel like is really on the march?
Well, I was going to say specifically, one of the things that we have seen in the last 12 months is a much more active partnership between the traditional defence industries, such as ourselves, or J's, and the sort of new entrants, the disruptors in the space. And I think that's benefited all of us. I mean, this whole idea that 80% can be good enough for a lot of what we do, and the fact that if we're going to fight a common fight and combine on common systems, open architectures, we're all being driven in the same direction. So I see in the last 12 months, I think, quite a significant shift towards partnership between new entrants in defence and ourselves. And I think that's a really good thing going forward. I think, to your point, great progress on partnerships generally. I mean, we have some good examples across Europe. I think often people criticise Europe as being quite fragmented, but we should also highlight where we do have really good partnership programs. You've got Eurofighter, or RCV-90, for example, or Type 26 sail into Norway, where we're combining capabilities. I think, as SecGen spoke earlier, the importance of a consolidated demand signal is incredibly important. But I think NATO have got a lot better at giving industry what they have. And I think finally, as a global player, and Jay would be in the same position, where we see countries within the alliance, or indeed outside the alliance, doing sort of best-in-class procurements, and I'll hand over to Jay to talk about the missile procurements, the ramp-ups in the US, they look genuinely best-in-class, the way those contracts are being structured. It's important that we explain that to our other global customers, because where we see good, it's important that everybody learns from that. And sometimes, as a global defense company, that's a role that we can fulfill.
So, Jay, I want to give you a chance to respond to that. And you're obviously representing an American company based overseas, looking at the global market. What has your experience been like of this shift in the last 18 months?
Yeah, first, obviously, we would like to be considered a global company, but understood fully. But no, Charles, thanks for the tee up. I think we've had lots of good discussion about this. We heard some of it this morning. When you have a better forecast of aggregated demand, you look at it in a multi-year situation, industry can show up differently. There's creative things we can do in terms of capital and financing and requirements to be able to drive through the supply base. As many know, the Department of War's acquisition transformation strategy and some of the things that have gone on within the United States has really done a generational shift in how we get at what they call framework agreements. I'm proud from Lockheed Martin, we were kind of the first to the party in terms of being able to go sign and document out one of those framework agreements, now multiple framework agreements. And what it's doing is we're not talking just normal stair-step increases in things like munitions. In some cases, we're quadrupling production lines. And it's not just borne on the expense of the US government and trying to facilitate us. It allows industry, it allows supply chain to go off and invest differently, think differently of how we show up. So from a Lockheed Martin perspective, it's allowed us over a few-year period to invest about $9 billion in terms of capital and infrastructure and site expansion, additional sites, et cetera. But as Charles was saying just a moment ago, I hope that lends as a message that if we can do what the Secretary...
levels, capex, self-funded R&D. Industry will happily do that when we see the clear, and there's a clear business case ahead of us. So the more we can do to consolidate that and build the business case, the quicker we can move. And for a company such as ours.
Some breaking news to bring you now. This is reportedly by the Reuters news agency, citing Prosecutor General Office saying that the body of a Ukrainian woman suspected...
We hear a lot about this need to deepen an innovation ecosystem across Europe, in particular. Lack of capital is sometimes cited. What shifts have you seen afoot? Is that really still the question worth asking?
I think so. I mean, it's been a super interesting journey over the past, I want to say, 5 to 10 years. And it is also a big part of my biography, and trust me, that's not a part that I chose, to be kind of like really deep in the trenches of capital allocation into the defense industry in Europe. Specifically when it comes, of course, to, call it my part of the industry, which is the systems are more inexpensive, they're faster to develop, and they're designed for scaling and producing. There you can, basically with the right information, I don't need any R&D money, I can pre-fund that innovation entirely. And in that space, I think we definitely see... but just slow in enacting the changes necessary. Because for me, 2 years, and that's maybe 2 to 3 years, is a bit of a description for a time frame where it really started to happen and now it's really in full swing. That's a long time. And, I'll be the first to proudly state this, American investors, of course, have stepped up in that time as well, which we are thankful for. And that only led to a situation that now a company like ours is possible, where we'll, in that 2 years that we're around, take the next 2 years, into that, we'll probably spend $1 billion on research and development and production expansion. And that is money that was not there really before. So we see a different part of the economy kind of stepping up going into. And we have developed, I think, from early stage venture funding to growth stage investors to now really tapping into the very large pools of capital. So now we have investors who have 50 billion, 100 billion available. So you see it is an interesting investment theme. And it is good that way because, of course, we need to bring it all together. The technological innovation, the procurement processes, which of course for us also a big unlock to attracting capital. The human capital, I think sometimes we underestimate how important it is, what power we have as industry. If you can make it clear to the people out there that it is okay to work in defense, it is okay if you're an engineering talent to think about how to defend your home country and the alliance. And of course the actual capital, which is also needed. And which also to a certain degree, at least in my part of the whole stack of military systems, can replace taxpayers' money, but can really replace also the R&D funding.
So Jay, I want to turn to you. You're at a different part of this spectrum within the space. You're a larger established company, one of these major primes that we're often talking about. This push for velocity, this push for rapid fulfillment, of really delivering quickly. How have you experienced those shifts, and how are you approaching some of that need to be able to respond to those requirements and reduce that time to decision?
Yeah, I first start by saying, I hope everybody still thinks of Lockheed Martin as an incredibly innovative and forward-leaning company. We have things like our Skunk Works organization in Palmdale that have, for generations, established some of the cream of the crop of advanced technologies and capabilities. So the way that I look at it is, this is a great opportunity, just like this panel, for all of us to work collaboratively across the industry. There's requirements that we're all attacking that we need to get at faster than ever before. So how do we leverage the best expertise of all of us on the world stage across NATO to be able to get at these problems? So from our side, I think it continues to be more opportunities to partner, more opportunities to collaborate together. We invest heavily in venture, our own LM Ventures in terms of investing in emerging capabilities and
has
technology.
That accelerated
It
those
has.
kinds of partnerships
It has.
recently?
We've not only accelerated in the amount of companies we're dealing with, but also
Ja,
We're seeing here that carpet being laid out, the honour guard being established, the stars and stripes flying over the top of Air Force One. And let's be honest, NATO was always about an alliance, but increasingly is about one man.
Yes, it is. And he's made it all about him, of course. And it's interesting to see there, that's the Qatari playing the new Air Force One in the new colours. And undoubtedly is close to President Trump's heart. But President Trump has created a sort of cliff edge in the glide path that the Europeans thought they had 20 years to look after. They realised, of course, that the United States' interests in Europe would tend to decline as it became more concerned with the Asia-Pacific. That's just a straight geopolitical fact. Everybody understood that. And they thought that they had a task ahead of them over the next 20-odd years. And President Trump has made it into a cliff edge. He said, no, it's happening now. And, you know, in the course of history, we might be grateful to him for saying that. But, of course, it comes with maximum disruption. And it comes on the basis not that he's thought it through. It's just his instinct that he sees allies not so much as allies to be consulted, but vassals to do what he wants them to do, because that's the way he looks at all of his relationships around the world. Everything's very personal for him. So, yes, NATO has become all about the relationship between the United States and the European allies and Canada. And when we talk about the United States' attitude to anything, at the moment, we're talking about his attitude to everything. So that's the dilemma, I think, which all the Europeans face. The Europeans think they've got a pretty good story to tell if President Trump is listening, that they've increased defence expenditure amongst the European NATO allies by 20%, both this year and last year, and they're going to do a great deal more. They've got some very whizzy graphics to show. They've got a sort of a big film to offer, which shows all the investment they're making in new technologies and in buying stuff from American companies. Mark Rutte has been very clear that they're buying material from a lot of the American suppliers. So they think they've got a good story to tell. Question is whether he listens to it.
You're watching Sky News. It has just gone midday on a Tuesday. The NATO summit underway in Turkey today. Live scenes here from Ankara. Questions on spending going to dominate that meeting. Sir Keir Starmer travelling to Ankara too for his final NATO gathering as Prime Minister, with many here at home querying whether the long-awaited defence investment plan released last week will be enough. While Downing Street said the government remains committed to NATO's spending target, the organisation's Secretary-General Mark Rutte has demanded allies put forward clear, concrete and credible plans to reach it. This is the scene live. The US President just landing, saying that America was bankrolling other countries without getting any benefit. Watching the developments with me is our security and defence analyst, Professor Michael Clark. And Michael, just talk to us about how the situation, most notably in Iran, will frame the president's mindset when he then deals with his European allies.
The European allies for not backing the Americans as much as they wanted over the Iranian war. The view that the allies have taken is that they were never consulted about it, that the attack on the 28th of February by Israel and the United States on Iran will probably be judged illegal and unlawful in the course of time. They didn't want to get involved in it, and they won't get involved in the war itself on the side of either Israel or the United States, but they are involved in dealing with the fallout from the war. So they're trying to tread a rather delicate line, which is to say that we are not fighting this war with you, but we are involved in trying to sort out the issues that the war raises. That's the view they take. That's not sympathetic in the view of President Trump. I mean, he doesn't believe that. He thinks that the allies should have backed him from the very beginning, even within hours of an attack that they knew nothing about before it was launched. And the sense before this summit was that the Americans would be making a reckoning with their European allies. And in a technical sense, they make that reckoning because of the expenditure. They say, well, we're looking at what you're spending, and we'll make our decision on the basis of what you're really spending. But we know that that, in a sense, is an excuse for President Trump to, as it were, settle some scores as he sees it. And we're not quite sure what the scores will be. One score he has is with Germany for a number of comments that Chancellor Merz has made. But just this week, I mean, the Germans have said they're putting more than 800 billion euros into their defence between 2027 and 2030. That's a huge investment in expenditure, partly covered by borrowing. So, the President won't have a leg to stand on if he accuses the Germans of not spending enough money. But he will accuse them of that because he just doesn't like Chancellor Merz very much. His attitude to Keir Starmer will be interesting because, on the one hand, he always says he likes Keir Starmer as a person, but he doesn't rate his political strength as Prime Minister. And indeed, Keir Starmer's here at the summit in his final foreign engagement before he steps down. And he comes on the back of a defence investment plan, which is regarded universally, I think, within the United Kingdom, outside the Ministry of Defence, as inadequate, and even, I think, by some inside the Ministry of Defence as inadequate. So he doesn't have a great deal of political capital, Keir Starmer, at this particular meeting, and we'll see how President Trump treats him, whether he treats him sympathetically as a man who tried to do his best or a man who was simply not up to the job. And I think if Keir Starmer comes away from this summit without being generally insulted, he'll feel that that's not a bad sort of outcome. Generally speaking, this will be a big summit for NATO. If they get through it without too much damage, they'll think it is a success. And the problem that they have is that whereas the Europeans think they've got a good story to tell about what they've done and what they are doing, President Trump will only really obsess, they feel, about the war with Iran. And the danger is that both sides will end up talking past each other for a couple of days. That is how I rather expect it will go.
Who needs enemies? We have friends like these could maybe be the thought that goes through the minds of some of the European leaders that comment that make their mic about the fact that if he's not insulted, it will have been a good meeting for Sakir, for example. And of course, there is an awful lot of geopolitics that could be on the agenda. NATO could be talking about the situation in Gaza, for example. They could be talking about the situation across the Far East, for example. But it will also want to focus, certainly from the European perspective, on the situation in Ukraine.
They will. I mean, they've got a lot of issues, as you say, to discuss. I mean, these are important allies coming together. So they've got something to say about the Strait of Hormuz. They're not going to come in on the side of the United States, but they are interested in trying to help open the Strait of Hormuz as far as possible, and it's closed again, I think, today, more or less, after these recent attacks. It's opening and closing, rather as we expected it to do. So the NATO allies have got something to say about the Strait of Hormuz. They've got something to say about peace in the Middle East in general. They've certainly got something to say about China and the Chinese structural power, economic power that it has and that it wields, and which by and large is fairly malign to Western interests. And they've got a great deal to say about Ukraine, as well as the question of their own security in Europe. So there's a wide agenda there, and they're going to do a little bit on all of those items on the agenda. But again, one of the issues is whether President Trump is listening to them. I mean, he's famous for coming to these meetings, and as they sit round in these big conference rooms, I mean, leaders tend to, they leave occasionally, they sort of hop out to make a phone call, or they hop out to the bathroom and come back. He's famous for staying for the first 10 minutes, 20 minutes, making his own contribution. Then he hops out and he doesn't come back. I mean, he famously sort of ignores these meetings while everybody makes statements designed for his ears, and he's not there. We'll see if he does that this time. I mean, my own view is, we know he doesn't like these meetings, and one of the reasons I think he doesn't like them is he's not very good in them, because he doesn't concentrate, he doesn't listen to other people. So he says what he wants to say, and then he doesn't want to actually have to engage, because, you need to be well briefed to engage, you need to keep concentrating, and he's not very good at those sort of things. So unless he can dominate a meeting, he tends to skip it if he can. And he said in the last couple of weeks that he wouldn't be coming to this one even if it wasn't for the fact that it was in Turkey and it was President Erdogan who is hosting it, and partly in deference to President Erdogan, to support Erdogan, and in respect of the role that Turkey has played in lots of ways that are helpful to the United States, then he's prepared to come to the meeting. So this will be a sort of a minor diplomatic triumph for Turkey and for Erdogan. And whether they keep Trump there for long enough to have him listen to the things they want to say, we'll have to see.
Michael, we'll be back with you in a couple of moments' time. Breaking news to bring you now. Just hearing a statement on X from Nigel Farage saying, quote, "I will make a statement on my future in public."
They're moving now? I'm blocking it, right? No, I don't plan to sit down. I'm gonna have to move. I'm safe. I'll be closed down in time. Am I in your shot? Okay, I thought so. Thank you. And Verizon. I'm getting out on Verizon.
Let's hear from Volodymyr Zelensky himself.
And what do we mean by modern war today? War has changed fundamentally. These are revolutionary changes in the very nature of warfare, changes as serious as those during the First World War, when machine guns began to decide the outcome of battles, or with the development of modern tank warfare, which had such a profound impact on Europe during the Second World War, or with the invention of missiles. Today, drones and the very technology of fighting at a distance represent a revolutionary change in the technology of war. So in Ukraine, as we defend our positions on the front line and do so in a fully justified war of self-defense, we are now eliminating around 30,000 Russian soldiers every month. Just imagine that scale. In June alone, nearly 28,000 Russian soldiers were eliminated, and we have video confirmation for every single one of them. The overwhelming majority were struck by drones. And frankly, we take no pride in this. We are saying it to show what modern war looks like, a war we did not start, but one we are forced to fight in order to defend our country, our people, our children. Every day, this war also sees a massive amount of enemy equipment, logistics, and military facilities destroyed. And again, we do most of it with drones. At the same time, we are carrying out a campaign to secure the Black Sea using our naval drones. These are not just strike platforms used to destroy Russian warships at sea. Our naval drones have already evolved into multi-purpose platforms that can launch strikes from the sea against different targets on land and in the air. At the same time, we are fighting in the skies on two key fronts: defending Ukraine from Russian attacks and carrying out our long-range sanctions against Russia for this war, along with our medium-range pressure campaign across the entire depth of the temporarily occupied territories of Ukraine. Thanks, above all, to our drones, we have established the ability to strike across the entire depth of the occupied territory. And you see what Russia's massive attacks look like. They are very similar to what we recently saw in the neighboring region, when Iranian forces struck their neighbors. Attack drones of different types, missiles, and a large number of ballistic missiles. We have raised our interception rate against Russian Shahed drones to more than 90%. That means thousands of Russian attack drones shut down every week, and with all due respect No other country had the capability to defend against attack drones at this scale. The reality of this war forced us to build it. And today we defend against hundreds of attacks drones every day and night, and thousands every week and every month. Ukraine's defense sector is building that capability even in the middle of a full-scale war. And we also maintain a high interception rate against cruise missiles, thanks to the way we have built our air defense. And thanks, of course, thanks to the support of all of our partners who continue to provide Ukraine with defense assistance. Thank you so much. And I have a question for you. Do you really believe it? Do you really believe it would be right to live outside NATO, a country and a people with this level of defensive capability? If we already have these capabilities, if Ukrainians already know how to fight like this, then it does make sense for these capabilities to become a part of the alliance's collective defense. That would make all of us stronger. And we already see each other as reliable partners, and it would be only natural to become a part of one common security community. The fact is that we will remain next to the source of the problem, Russia, for a long time. Ukraine in NATO is a source of extraordinary defensive capability. In the meantime, we have completely eliminated the very idea of Russia having a strategic area. And you know this country. And for a long time, Russia believed it had a territorial advantage. No one else possessed a deep area where it could safely keep military production, military equipment, and everything its war depends on, believing no one could reach them. And we have reached them. Just yesterday, Ukrainian drones broke through Russia's defenses and struck a Russian oil refinery in Siberia. And this is not an exception. It's the new reality. And there is no major oil refinery left in Russia that has not been struck by Ukraine. I want to emphasize this. Unlike Putin, we are not fighting this war for pleasure or for geopolitics. Russia brought this war to Ukraine, and it's killing our people. It wants to destroy our independence, and we are only defending. From the first day of this war, we are defending ourselves, and we are raising the cost of this war for Russia, and by doing so, increasing the changes for peace. We are able to do this thanks to the hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians working in our very important defense sector, and the hundreds of companies producing every type of modern weapon Ukraine needs. Today, because of this, Ukraine has the world's largest and the most advanced drone warfare capability. And we are offering this capability to our partners through the Drone Deal initiative. I'm grateful to everyone who has already joined this initiative and to those who are joining it. Drone Deal initiative, it's not only about buying drones, but also about co-production, fast-track access to the means of protection of critical infrastructure, air defense, and of course, security cooperation. And I also want to thank every leader, every country, and every company cooperating with Ukraine in the defense sector. The European Union, Turkey, NATO countries, as well as countries such as Azerbaijan and the Gulf states and other friends are already our strong partners. And I hope our cooperation will provide our nations with reliable protection against threats. The one thing we still need to do here in Europe is build a strong defense against Russia's ballistic missiles. This is a big challenge, it's true. This is Russia's last major advantage. And as well, and as we have seen from the wars in the Middle East and the Gulf, this is an issue of global importance. And I believe Europe urgently needs its own capability to produce anti-ballistic systems and the missiles they require. We all value the Patriot system. It's an excellent system, and there are others as well, but today's wars have shown that current Patriot production is not enough to meet the growing demand for protection against ballistic missiles. That is a fact. And we must respond to that fact. Those who defend life need more Patriots. We have also discussed Patriot production licenses with our American partners, and I ask you to support our efforts to make this happen. And one final point. As I said, Europe needs its own effective anti-ballistic systems and missiles. And this work is already underway. And I urge all of you and all our partners to give it the attention it deserves. And this cannot wait until 2030 or beyond. Europe needs affordable, mass-produced anti-ballistic systems as soon as possible. In fact, today. And I'm sure you agree with me, this is not about maximizing profits for governments or for industry, and it's about providing the strongest possible protection, first of all, protections for hundreds of millions of Europeans. And that protection is needed today, not years from now. We work on developing the anti-ballistic coalition, and I hope it will deliver real, strong results. While this war continues, please help us get more air defense missiles. This is our top priority right now. We are capable of doing everything else ourselves. But when it comes to air defense, we need our partners' determination. Please, let more determination and more decisions for air defense be one of the key outcomes of this NATO summit in Ankara. And I encourage all of you and all our NATO partners to work closely with us, with Ukraine, to develop modern defense capabilities and protection against every type of drone threat. Thank you. Thanks to everyone who is helping us, helping protect lives. And I cannot finish without my appreciation of the position of the leaders of the countries who have clearly stated Ukraine belongs in NATO because NATO with Ukraine is the alliance for the future. The alliance of today must be up to the challenges of the modern world. With Ukraine, with the strength of our defense industry, and most importantly, the resilience and experience of our people. And I'm proud of our people, and I'm proud of Ukraine. Thanks, friends, again for invitation. Slava Ukraini!
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, a very big round of applause for the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky. Thank you very much indeed, President Zelensky, for your powerful speech and speaking to us here in Ankara today.
Reaction there from the assembled leaders of NATO. I think you can see there the back of the head of Ursula von der Leyen. It looks as though Mark Rutte stood alongside Volodymyr Zelensky. There's other world leaders as well who are gathering in support. Mark Rutte expected to speak in the coming moments, but Volodymyr Zelensky there reiterating a call that he has made before, that it makes sense, he says, for Ukraine's abilities to be part of NATO. It was only natural, he said, for the common security community to come together and for Ukraine to be part of that. There would be an extraordinary defensive capability if NATO was brought on side. He said, with respect, no other country has the capability to defend against drones at the same scale that Ukraine currently does. Thousands of drones defended against every week. He said that cruise missiles were increasingly being intercepted and thanked partners for the efforts they made in supporting air defence efforts. He also said that there was a further pressure on Russia as a result of Ukraine's actions, proving that Ukraine can strike deep into Russian territory. He said there was no major oil refinery left in the country that had not been struck by Ukraine's long-range drones, citing the strike in Siberia, some 2,500 kilometres away from the border. And he also noted that Ukraine is not fighting for pleasure, he said in his words. Unlike Putin, in his words, it is defending itself. But a call there from Volodymyr Zelensky to allow Ukraine to join NATO, that would be much to the ire and upset, and with huge pushback from Moscow. He also called on the Europeans to build an anti-ballistic sky system. It is a very, very busy day. There's loads of politics happening in Ankara. We're going to bring that to you in a few moments' time, more of it. But we're also going to bring you the latest from Westminster, because Nigel Farage.
Good afternoon. Vladimir, shall we close the door? Thank you. Vladimir, great to see you, and welcome to the NATO Summit. What we are seeing over the last couple of months is what you guys are doing. It is really courageous. You are successful in hitting the Russian energy infrastructure, the Russian defense infrastructure, deep inside Russia. As you said in your speech, Putin is willing to sacrifice up to 30, some months even 35,000 of his own men being killed on the battlefield. Can you imagine the enormous losses for families and everyone? This is what the Russian president is willing to do. But militarily, it is crucial that you have these successes. Then on the front line, I mean, only 4 or 5 months ago, you still saw the Russians making gains. And now it is much less so. You are much more successful also on the front line. I think there's one big issue we have to work on, that's air defense, air defense, air defense. Making sure your cities, your vital infrastructure is protected. And by the way, when I list all the issues Russia is facing, one of the most important ones is what you're doing to their economy. The economy is in a very bad shape in Russia. So maybe just one message. Let me repeat what I said when I visited with the ambassadors of NATO in Kiev. If you are a young man in Russia today and you contemplate to join the military, you might be one of those 30,000. This month, next month, the months after, you know that your president in Russia, Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin, is willing to sacrifice you. So think about it again before you join the military. And again, thank you for being here and being such an incredible leader and friend.
Thank you so much. Thank you, dear Mark. Thank you, you personally, and thanks to President Erdogan and for the invitation to NATO Summit. Thank you for this opening forum, which is very important, Defense Industry Forum. Thank you for organization, and this is important, and I hope that our companies, not everybody, because we have hundreds of the companies, but some representatives of our sector, defense sector, will present what they do, how they do, and I think this is very important to share all this experience with partners. The second point, I agree with Mark, absolutely. We can speak about different initiatives which are important for Ukraine, Danish initiative, Czech initiative, anti-ballistic, the new initiative, but Mark is absolutely, first of all, very helpful with the Pearl program. Thank you very much. Because of this program, we can get maybe sometimes not too much, but anyway, PAC-3, PAC-2 missiles from the United States. And tomorrow we will speak about different topics with President Trump and also about this. But also what is important is today to find a way how to get as quick as possible, as much as possible, missiles for Patriot systems. This is the most important thing. We will discuss with Mark this topic. We understand who is not only Americans, by the way, from our friends, they have these possibilities, and we need it very much, and it's urgent topic for us. I think you saw all these attacks from Russia, each day attacks. It's true that they begin to be weak on the battlefield. Russians, and there's still a lot of soldiers, and still we have to defend our soldiers also. When we speak about defending, when we speak about air defense, we need it for civilians, but also for our army. We need them to defend them. And of course we see that the weakness of Russia, we feel it, but it's not enough. We need more pressure, more anti-ballistic, and more sanctions on Russia. Thank you so much.
Abi burada bırakıyor mu? Tamam, şimdi inebilirsin. Abi kameramanlar yukarı çıkın. Ya çık, nereye çıkıyorsan çık, yukarı çıkın abi. Kameramanlar yukarı çıksın. Artık yapacak bir şey yok.
Ya anlamadım ki.
Keep holding that spot, guys. Thank you. We're going to come in through the back. So as long as there's a path clear. We are going to need to step down and be able to come off the roof. So I'm ready to pull this out. Emrah.
Hey Riley. Hey Riley. Are they going to stand on the top step and?
I'm trying to work on that for you.
Do anthems. Okay.
So please be ready to move, if so. Okay. I'm trying to get a final.
Move to where?
The top steps.
Well, they would probably face out. I would want to be like in the center. I mean, I can get it from here as long as that jib stays out of the way.
Let me just.
Okay.
Elizabeth, hey, y'all hold that, please.
Here's the issue with moving. Networks are going to be taking me live, and they won't know.
I know. I'm talking about prior. I'm just waiting on an answer.
I see.
Yeniçeriler buradalar. Yeniçeriler topçulardan oluşuyor, tebecilerden oluşuyor, yakıcılardan, tebecilerden ve serden geçicilerden oluşuyor. Yani Donald Trump'ı Yeniçeriler karşılayacak. Mümkün. Yeniçerilerin hemen bitiminde ise bir mehter takımı var. O mehter takımında bir Yeniçeri yapmayacağı ayrı olacak. Zira bu törenlerde platforma konuk devlet başkanı ve cumhurbaşkanı çıktıktan sonra önce milli marşlar okunuyor. Milli marşların ardından tören kısmını selamlıyor. Konuk devlet başkanı o sürede mehter marşı olacak mı? Nasıl bir tören akışı gerçekleşecek? Bizler de burada takip ediyor olacağız. Bu soruların hepsine cevap veriyor olacağız. Hızlı uçacak demiştik. Bu sürekli olan bir protokol değil. Amerika Birleşik Devletleri Başkanı'nın karşılanması sırasında uygulanacak. Benim de yaklaşık 7 yıllık Cumhurbaşkanlığı muhabirliği tecrübem boyunca ilk kez şahit olacağım bir nokta olarak kayıtlara geçecek elbette. Artık gözler Trump ve Erdoğan'ın Cumhurbaşkanlığı külliyesine gelmelerine çevrilmiş durumda. Basının ilgisinin, rağbetinin çok yoğun olduğunu bir kez daha vurgulamamız gerekiyor. Zira 3 katlı gördüğüm kadarıyla bir platform kurulmuş durumda buraya. Hem Amerika Birleşik Devletleri'nden hem de Türkiye Cumhuriyeti'nden çok sayıda basın mensubu burada. En son bu kadar kalabalık basın mensubu Papa'nın Türkiye'ye ziyaretinde olmuştu. Cumhurbaşkanının da havaalanından çıkışının çok yakın olduğu bilgisiyle bir kez daha paylaşmak isteriz buradan size. Artık dakikalar sonra Trump ve Erdoğan'ın gelmesi bekleniyor. Cumhurbaşkanı Erdoğan dönem konuklarını havaalanlarında karşılar. Genelde Arap Yarımadası'ndan gelen konuklarını havaalanlarında karşıladığını anımsıyoruz. Ki onlar da genelde Cumhurbaşkanı'nı havaalanında karşılar. Bu kez Cumhurbaşkanı Erdoğan havaalanında Amerika Birleşik Devletleri Başkanı'nı karşılıyor. Bu önemli, için önemli. Çünkü Trump Erdoğan sayesinde geliyorum vurgusunu sık sık yapmıştı. NATO zirvesine katılımı konusunda negatif olduğunu, hatta nötr olduğunu tahmin ediyorduk, biliyorduk dünya kamuoyunun. Ancak Cumhurbaşkanı Erdoğan'ın ev sahibi olması ve davetin doğrudan ondan gelmesi dolayısıyla kendisinin bizzat katıldığının altını çizmemiz gerekiyor ve Amerika Birleşik Devletleri'nden gelen bu açıklamaların bu yaklaşımın ardından Cumhurbaşkanı Erdoğan da konuğunun yeni açılışı yapılan, geçtiğimiz ay açılışı yapılan havaalanında karşıladı. Trump uçaktan indi.
There's a Turkish flag on one side and on the other side there's an American flag, but I can't even see the flag. It's right by that column. So in order to get that shot, I would have to be down there somewhere.
I'm not sure that we've made negotiations for that, but let me go talk to Riley and this gentleman.
NATO zirvesi için inşa edilmişti. NATO zirvesi dolayısıyla Türkiye Cumhuriyeti'ne Ankara'ya gelecek devlet ve hükümet başkanı.
Or behind that row of flags.
Yeah, I think he wants Riley's
so that I
going to
can
talk
shoot
about a head-on.
while they're so I can get them coming up, and then when they stand, I can turn and get them.
Air Force One adını alırlar. Air Force One'ın rengi genelde mavi ve beyazdı ancak Trump bu kez o uçağı kendisi dekore etmiş, rengini kendisi belirlemişti. Alışılagelmiş olandan farklı kırmızı tonlarda, lacivert tonlarda bir Air Force One gördük ve Donald Trump'ı taşıyacak olan The Beast ya da Secret Service ona söylediği adıyla Cadillac One adı verilen araçta yine onu hazır bekliyordu. Bakalım Cumhurbaşkanı Erdoğan ve konuğu beraber gelecekler mi? Aynı araca binecekler mi? Bu soru önemli. Buradaki protokol, Türkiye Cumhuriyeti'ndeki protokol şöyle işliyor. Cumhurbaşkanı Erdoğan konuğuna bir araç tahsis ediyor. Tahsis edilen o araçla buraya geliyor. Bakın hemen sağ tarafta platformun üzerine Türkiye'de çıktı. Milli İstihbarat Teşkilatı Başkanı İbrahim Kalın'ı, sol tarafında Hazine ve Maliye Bakanı Mehmet Şimşek ve ortada da Milli Savunma Bakanı Yaşar Güler'i görüyoruz. Bu isimler ikili görüşmenin yanına gelecekler. İkili görüşmede Cumhurbaşkanı Erdoğan'a eşlik edecekler. Bunu ifade etmemiz gerekiyor tabii ki. Genelkurmay Başkanı'nın da keza yine burada olduğunu ifade etmek gerekiyor. Törene verilen öneminde ne kadar büyük olduğunu bir kez daha hatırlatmak gerekiyor. Burada İstihbarat Teşkilatı Başkanı İbrahim Kalın, Savunma Bakanı Yaşar Güler ve Hazine Mehmet Şimşek burada olacak. Bu isimler niçin önemli? İstihbarat önemli, istihbarat paylaşımı önemli. Sağlanabilmesi için istihbarat yürütmesi gerekiyor. Milli Savunma Bakanı burada askeri işbirliği
They're not going to say anything, are they?
No, it's just ayrıca silahlı kuvvetlerinin güç kabiliyetlerinin artırılması için hava kuvvetlerinin ihtiyacı olan belki F-35 sürecinde gelinen son durum ne olacak? Türkiye'nin bir F-16 talebi vardı. O talepte gelinen son durumu, bu başlıkları Yaşar Güler'in de hem muhatabıyla ele almasını bekliyoruz hem de ihtiyaç halinde Cumhurbaşkanı'nın ve Amerika Birleşik Devletleri Başkanı'nın kurmaylarına bu konuda dönmesi gerekiyor. Bu dönüşlere dair de açıklamalarda bulunacaklarını bekliyoruz. O toplantı sırasında Hazine ve Maliye Bakanı Mehmet Şimşek burada ekonomik ilişkiler konuşulacak muhakkak. 100 milyar dolarlık bir ticaret hedefi var Türkiye ve Amerika Birleşik Devletleri arasında. Hali hazırda 40 milyar dolara yakın bir çerçevede ilerliyor Türkiye'nin Amerika Birleşik Devletleri ile ticareti, ancak bunun artırılabilmesi adına 100 milyar dolarlık hedefe ulaşılabilmesi adına hangi ek adımlar atılabilir? Bu sorunun cevabı önemli. Hazine ve Maliye Bakanlığı'nın da burada olduğundan hareketle konunun özellikle maliye boyutunun da, ekonomi boyutunun da, ticaret boyutunun da ele alınacağını tahmin ediyoruz elbette. Bu kritik görüşmede artık hazırlıklar Cumhurbaşkanlığı Külliyesi'nde tamam. Cumhurbaşkanlığı Külliyesi'nde gerçekleşen önemli bir törene tanık olacağız biz. En son 2009 yılında bir Amerika Birleşik Devletleri Başkanı Türkiye Cumhuriyeti'ne resmi ziyaret yapmıştı. Bu resmi ziyaretten sonra bir kez daha Donald Trump geliyor. En son Obama gelmişti. Trump'ın ilk döneminde gelmemişti. Biden bir ziyarette bulunmamıştı Türkiye'ye. İkinci döneminde Donald Trump Türkiye Cumhuriyeti'ne bir ziyarette bulunuyor. Resmi ziyaretin üzerinden 17 yıl geçti. Obama 2015'te G20 için gelmişti ancak bir resmi ziyaret kapsamında değildi bu. Bu bilgiyi de burada hatırlatmamız gerekiyor. 21 tane top atışı yapılacaktır bu törende. Zira A tipi karşılamaların hemen hemen hepsinde biz bu top atışlarını görüyoruz. Konuğun şerefine yapılan top atışlarını. Amerika Birleşik Devletleri Başkanı için de benzer bir sürecin işletileceğini aktarmamız mümkün. Tören düzeni biraz farklı.
So Nick, come here. You're gonna station just to the left of this camera. When security pushes you, you fucking move it.
Senin yanında duracak. Sen kaç
Immediately move away.
Buraya şuraya gelecek.
Will that be when they turn?
Tam olarak hangi aşamada kaçacaksınız?
Turunda biz kaçacağız. Ben haber veririm kendisine.
Tamam.
Kaçalım zaman.
The moment they reach the stairs, before coming up the stairs, he'll tell you to move and you guys will move.
Buraya gelecek.
You move here.
to move the moment they reach the stairs.
Yes. Before they take the stairs. Take up the stairs.
I have to see them stand at attention and hear the anthem. I have to see that.
That is not possible because this is part of the official program and even the host broadcaster won't be here.
How about over there?
Orada da olamazlar değil mi? No, no way.
Çünkü liderler tam burada olacak.
Because the leaders will be standing right here.
I know, I have to see them somewhere.
Eğer biraz geri çekilirse kurtarır mı
Tam
acaba?
nereye istiyor şurada? Şurada tam nereye istiyor?
Biraz geri çekilirse kurtarır
Şey
mı?
diyor, Trump'ı milli marşı söylerken görüntüsünü almam lazım diyor.
O orada. O burada değil ki.
The national anthem will be way there, way back there, not here.
They don't stand here?
They
Burada
stand
tokalaşma
here,
var sadece.
but they just handshake here.
O tarafa
I have
dönecekler.
to
Every
see that.
handshake.
I have to
Onu
see
görmem gerekir diyor.
Tokalaşma mı?
Tokalaşmayı.
O zaman aşağı inecek. Bekleyecek, biz aşağı alacağız. Buraya
Then you can do it from below.
Okay.
Which was the first discussion. Zaten 5 kişi oraya alamayacak mıydı?
Evet. Tokalaşmadan alacağız. Ben sabah
Where do they do the
anlatıyorum. En son
handshake?
artık
Where do they do the handshake? Right here?
Yes.
So can I be right down there?
Riley? Yes. So remember there was our request for 5 visuals to be here when they're handshaking.
Yes.
That was approved. So Nick thinks he should be one of them to shoot the handshake.
Okay.
Ben ne istediklerini anlamadım. Değil mi?
Okay.
I don't know where this moment came from, but yeah, you just want the good angle, I think.
They will handshake at the mic, correct? Well, they will turn and
No, when they come here, they will handshake.
Okay. My boss Dan.
Yüzleri de arkaya bakacak.
So we can discuss that with him really quickly, and I'll let him be
Tamam.
on the back.
For now, let's think that Nick is gonna move with the TRT cameraman for now,
Yes.
and then let's see.
I understand. Once Danny Tito is here.
Tamam, yalnız burada sırtlı merdivenin başına şu çiçeklerin oraya geldi mi çekiliyor arkadaşlar.
Tamam. Peki buraya geldiğinde buradan şöyle yandan çekim yapabilir miyim?
Mümkün değil
Evet.
işte, görmemesi işte, onun için dedim.
Tamam.
Ya buraya gelecek, şöyle bekleyecek, hatta o tarafa gelsin.
Tamam.
Hiç durmasın.
Tamam, evet.
Cheers.
Siz lütfen beyefendiyi, siz burada durun, onun daha da ileri gitmesini söyleyin.
Biraz alırsa daha iyi memnun olurum.
Tamam.
Çok az daha. Hem onun açısından da iyi olur.
Tamam.
Çek fotoğrafını almasın.
Can we take this a bit for like front? For your moment as well.
Abi sen... Abi bunun zoom yine gitti ya. Söktüm abi. misafir havalimanından çıktı arkadaşlar. Az bir süre kaldı.
Biraz bekleyelim sonra şey yaparız.
Hüseyin, beyefendi giriş yaptı mı? Değil mi? Girdi beyefendi. Trump çıkış yaptı, haberi geldi. Tamam. Yoksa dikkatli olun.
İyi bağlı. İyi bağlı. İkinci hala. İkinci halada indiriyorsun. Bastım indirelim. Alta geçelim. Bence.
Anlaşıldı efendim. Şu an bu Devlet Demiryolları Köprüsü üzerindeler.
reaping the benefit. That is Donald Trump descending from the steps of Air Force One. Well, ahead of all of those developments was the Conservative leader, Kemi Badenoch. She spoke this morning and said... We're going to have plenty more analysis with our Security and Defence editor Deborah Haynes at 1:30, so in 20 minutes' time. And we'll bring you any key lines or developments from that summit as it develops over the next 2 days. Well, from Ankara and Turkey to France now, because an appeals court in France has...
Merhaba asker. Nasılsınız? Sizler de sağ olun.
Sağ duruş. Döner at. Noktası. Selam. Dur. Dikkat.
In charge of NATO's second largest standing military, Donald Trump in charge of the world's largest military in terms of expenditure, $1.5 trillion US, and about to play the national anthems, of course, of the United States and I should imagine of Turkey too. The salute there from the president stood to the left-hand side of the screen. He is arriving in this summit amid a tense atmosphere between the 32 member states of the NATO alliance. There is a transatlantic split between the United States and Europe. Europe and Canada grouped together in its pressure pot that it now faces following the US president saying that the alliance partners must spend more on their collective defence. And they will say that they have done so. Since 2014, Canada and the European nations have spent an additional £504 billion a year every year on their defence. And amidst the conversations today will, of course, be the situation in Iran, in the Strait of Hormuz, across the Middle East and in Ukraine. Speaking earlier, the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky reiterated his call for his country to become a member state of Ukraine. He said it makes sense for Ukraine's abilities to be part of the NATO alliance. It was only natural for it to be part of that common security community, and it would bring extraordinary defensive capabilities if it did so. Volodymyr Zelensky saying that no other country has the capability to defend against drones in the same scale that his country does. He also thanked partner nations across Europe and also the United States for their efforts and their support in countering the ballistic and cruise missile threat that has wrought widespread devastation on his country in recent weeks. Russia increasingly using missiles to target civilian infrastructure across the Ukrainian nation. We saw in Kiev last week one 9-story building completely destroyed as a result of those strikes. Scores of civilians have been killed in those attacks. So there will be pressure for air defences to be on the agenda throughout the course of the next couple of days. We can also tell you that Sir Keir Starmer has landed in the past few moments in Ankara. He is attending the NATO summit, his final summit as UK Prime Minister, and he arrives with that defence investment plan. Military chiefs and analysts have called for an additional £28 million worth of investment into the UK defences and armed forces. Ultimately, £15 billion was found, although the devil is in the detail. And the criticism of Sir Keir is that £5 billion of that defence investment plan is unfunded. How will he sell that to his NATO allies? How will he sell that to President Trump? President Trump has often said that he respects and likes and admires Sir Keir as a man, but disagrees with his policies and politics, notably his stance on offshore wind and oil and gas, and also on migration.
Merhaba, Ashkar.
the European allies and Canada want to show Donald Trump in particular that they're standing strong. But I wouldn't be surprised if the US president has words for the UK and other countries that aren't convincingly putting their words into demonstrative action. So we'll have to wait and see what happens there.
Deborah Haynes joining us live from Ankara. Really analysis. Deborah Haynes there, thank you so much. We were watching there the arrival of President Trump alongside Recep Tayyip Erdogan, who is hosting this NATO summit in Turkey. As Deborah was saying, already on the ground is Dan Jarvis, the new Defence Secretary. We'll have to try and sell the UK's spending plans to his allies. And whilst we were having that conversation, we also heard that the Prime Minister has also landed too in Ankara. So lots to come out of that meeting. It is pivotal for the NATO alliance. We're going to bring you plenty more in 2 minutes' time.
Take stairs?
Öncelikle NATO Liderler Zirvesi'nde değerli dostumla Ankara'da bir arada olmak bizlere ayrı bir güç katmıştır. Kendilerine hoş geldiniz diyorum.
First here on the occasion of the NATO Summit, I would like to welcome my valuable friend, Mr. President Trump, who has participated here today with us and added strength to the summit that we are convening for.
Ve bu ziyaretin ne kadar önemli olduğunu özellikle ifade etmek istiyorum.
And I would like to express how important this summit is that we are here gathering for.
NATO Liderler Zirvesi'nin bugün Ankara'da yapılıyor olması ve tüm liderlerin şu anda ülkemizde bir araya gelmesi, yarın değerli dostum Sayın Trump'la birlikte olması bizlere ayrı bir güç katacaktır.
The fact that we are convening here today for the NATO Ankara Summit and that all the leaders are arriving and tomorrow with the presence of President Trump, which will be adding might and strength to our summit.
Kendilerine tekrar hoş geldiniz diyorum.
Once again, I would like to say welcome, Mr. President.
Well, I want to thank you very much. As everybody knows,
Sizlere çok teşekkür etmek istiyorum. Herkesin de bildiği gibi gerçekten bu da çok fazla haber yapıldı. Bizler çok iyi dostuz. Sayın Cumhurbaşkanı çok iyi bir iş yaptı. Havaalanına geldim. Havaalanı gerçekten çok güzel bir havaalanı. Hatta benim ismimle hazırlanan da bir bina vardı ve binadan çok memnun kaldım. Havaalanı gerçekten çok güzel. Buraya gelen yollar tamamen yepyeni, çok güzel yollar. Çok iyi bir lidersiniz. Çok tüm dünyada saygı gören bir lidersiniz ve gerçekten de en başından bu yana çok iyi bir kimyamız vardı.
Right from the beginning, good chemistry. We've had a very special relationship. Turkey become under the president a very powerful country militarily. People don't know how powerful actually. They have a lot of our equipment. And they have a lot of great soldiers, and they're really somebody to be reckoned with. And the nice part is that because of the relationship that we have, it's all gone very well. I just want to say that I have respect for the president, and I think it's really to the benefit of both countries. We're going to be talking today about trade. We're going to be talking about other things having to do with the military, lots of different things. Decimated their military. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. And we're going to have some very good discussions. But we do a lot of trade with Turkey. It's had a very big impact on both of our countries. So I just want to tell you that it's an honor to be with you. And we're going to have a lot of good meetings. We're going to have good dinners, good food. We're going to have a good time, but mostly we're going to have a lot of work, and we're going to do good things for our countries. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Sayın Cumhurbaşkanım, havaalanına kadar geldiniz. Çok teşekkür ederiz o yüzden. Çok uzun süren bir dostluk. Son derece saygı duyduğum, yakın bulduğum bir insansınız. Buradaki buluşmalarımızda, görüşmelerimizde 3 konudan bahsedeceğiz. Askeri, ticari ve bir de İran konusundan bahsedeceğiz. Gerçekten çok güçlüsünüz. Çok güçlü askeri ve silah sanayi açısından çok güçlü bir yakısınız şu anda. Dolayısıyla teşekkür ediyorum ve çok iyi bir vakit geçirdiğine inanıyorum.
Thank you.
Are you going to sell F-35s to Turkey, and what about the legal restrictions?
Well, it's a decision we're going to make. We have a very good relationship.
F-35'lerle ilgili olarak Türkiye nezdinde bir karar verdiniz mi? Evet, bu almamız gereken bir karar. Tabii ki birçok kişiyi ilgilendiriyor.
Including the people sitting right here, thinks, why wouldn't we do that? We have a better relationship with Turkey, and Turkey's been in many ways much more loyal than other countries that we think would be loyal. So something certainly we would consider. It's a great plane. It's the best currently the best plane by far, and it's certainly something we will consider.
Mr. President, sir.
Yes, Danny?
Mr. President, sir, you said, I believe it was last week or 2 weeks ago, that President Erdogan was a big reason you wanted to come to the summit here. What has made your relationship with him so special, in your own words, and what do you broadly hope to achieve here at the summit?
You never know why a relationship is special. Some people you get along with, and some people you don't. Sometimes you get along with the toughest people, like him, and sometimes you don't get along with the weakest, most pathetic. You just don't get along. Maybe you don't respect them. But from the day we met, we got along. We had a pastor, as I remember, his name was Pastor Brunson, and it was a very big thing, and it was very traumatic. He was sentenced to a long-term prison sentence, and I felt he was innocent, and I called. Other people called, they got nowhere. I called the president, and he released him immediately. It was something that the evangelical community will never forget, because he was a good man, Pastor Brunson. So, just things like that, we just it's always worked out. And I think it's been from the very beginning, from the first moment. I said it before, it's a chemistry that works between us. There are those that I don't have a good chemistry with, I will tell you that. And we work that out too.
Mr. President, further troop drawdowns in Europe, are you likely to announce further troop drawdowns in Europe?
Say it?
Are drawdowns in Europe likely? And are you satisfied with the progress that NATO allies have made?
Well, we're going to see. I was very disappointed with NATO. And frankly, if it weren't held in Turkey, where my friend happens to be a very strong leader, a very strong person, it's possible that I wouldn't have attended. I felt I had to attend because of the fact that, I know he's gone all out. It was a big thing to have NATO come to Turkey or any place else. It's a big thing. But we weren't treated well because we did something in Iran. We don't need anybody's help. I didn't even want their help. But before I asked, they said they wouldn't be there. And we've invested trillions of dollars in NATO. Why? To protect European countries and others, Canada, etc., but to protect people, countries from, generally speaking, it used to be the Soviet Union, now it's Russia. And I say that's fine, but you would think that they'd be very willing to do something to help us. And they really weren't. In the case of the United Kingdom, the Prime Minister, I guess he's no longer there. We didn't need any help at all. And in a way, I was testing people. I was testing to see whether or not they'd be there, because I'd long said that we helped them, but I'm not sure that they'd be there for us. And Italy turned us down, and Germany turned us down, and France turned us down. And it's okay. But, why are we spending hundreds of billions of dollars and they're not there for us? We've always been there for them.
Sayın Cumhurbaşkanı, Türkiye ile Suriye arasında Türkiye'de...
Sayın Cumhurbaşkanım, bir saniye. Habertürk TV Emre Karaca, efendim İran'daki savaşın sona erdirilmesi için oldukça çaba sarf ettiniz. Müzakere süreci devam ediyor ancak nihai bir anlaşma noktasına gelinmiş değil. Bundan sonraki süreçte Türkiye nasıl adım atacak İran ve ABD arasındaki müzakere sürecinin olumlu bir şekilde neticelenmesi için?
Bu süreçte yine aynı şekilde bizler İran-Amerika ilişkilerini nasıl bir düzleme kavuşturmak gayreti içerisindeyiz. Elimizden geleni yapmak suretiyle dünya barışına bir adım atalım diye gerek şahsım gerek arkadaşlarım birlikte çalışıyoruz.
Gazze'de 80 bine yakın insan müsaadenizle Gazze'ye sormak isterim ben sizlere. 80 bine yakın insan hayatını kaybetti Gazze'de. Çok büyük bir yıkım var. Ateşkes sağlandı ama yer yer bu ihlaller devam ediyor. Ateşkes ihlallerinin önlenmesi için, insani yardımların Gazze'ye girebilmesi için, ayrıca Gazze'nin yeniden inşa edilebilmesi için önümüzdeki süreçte ortak atabileceğiniz adımları değerlendirecek misiniz muhatabınızla? Müsaade buyururlarsa kendisinin de bu konudaki fikirlerini almak isteriz. Teşekkür ederiz efendim.
Özellikle Gazze konusunda tabii dostumla bunları da konuşarak özellikle bu bölgedeki barışı sağlama için bu liderler zirvesini çok önemsiyoruz ve bu liderler zirvesinden aynı şekilde bir kararın çıkmasını da hayra yorumluyoruz, ihtimal veriyorum.
Efendim, Türkiye-ABD ilişkilerinin geliştiği bir dönemi gözlemliyoruz. 2025 yılında geçen yıl Amerika Birleşik Devletleri'ne yaptığınız ziyarette önemli ticari anlaşmalar da imzalandı. Suriye konusunda Türkiye'nin önemli bir aktör olduğunu söylemişti Sayın ABD Başkanı. Şimdi yeni dönemde gelmeden önce de Sayın Trump bir sürprizle geliyorum ifadesini kullandı. F-35'i, Kaan savaş uçaklarının motorlarını konuştuk. Acaba gündeme gelebilir mi şeklinde. Siz bu sürprizin ne olduğunu düşünüyorsunuz? Türkiye bugünkü görüşmelerden sonra istediğini alabilecek mi? Teşekkür ederim.
Tabii F-35 konusu biliyorsunuz bizim için yeni bir konu değil. Ve bunu bizler Amerika ile daha önce de görüştük. Ve biz 5 uçağı da sözünü aldık ve Sayın Trump'ın bu konuda bize ayrıca sözü var ve şimdi de bu liderler zirvesinde yapacağımız görüşmelerde F-35 ile ilgili kendilerinden bu daha önce aldığımız sözün ben geleceğe yönelik olumlu şekilde test ettiğimizi biliyorum ve bu konuda da Sayın Trump her zaman sözünün aslında bu liderler zirvesinden hayırlı bir karar çıkacağına inanıyorum.
That the Canadians and European partners were making. He pointed to the fact that there should be a transatlantic defence industry base that was whirring up from a hum to a roar. President Trump appears to be taking questions again in English.
Mean? Third party? What is the third, with respect to what?
There's our concerns about the Russian missile defense system. Do you have those concerns about this system? Are they going
I have no concerns at all about anything. I mean, he's a leader of a country that he's made a much better country, much more powerful country, and you see it. I mean, it's beautiful. You get off, the roads are beautiful. It's an amazing thing. Now, I have no concerns about anything having to do with Turkey. The relationship, I would say the relationship with Turkey right now is better probably than it's ever been. It was good in my first 4 years, but I think now it's probably even better than that, if that's possible.
Sir, U.S. military and Turkish military constitute a really strong and large military base for NATO. Are we expecting further defense cooperation out of this bilateral meeting, out of this NATO summit here in Ankara?
Well, we're going to find out when I go there. We're going to find out. We're going to be having meetings. I'm very friendly with many of the leaders. You know, some of them are new. We don't know them. But, you know, I've been doing this for now sort of a long time. If you count the 4 years where we had a rigged election, you know, I was very much into politics then too. But I spent the first 4 years, I spent 4 years in a little different state. And then we've had an amazing, probably the best year maybe ever had by an American president. When you look at the economy, we have the greatest economy we've ever had. We have $19 trillion, $19.2 trillion to be exact, being invested in the United States. That's 7 or 8 times more than it's ever had. It's a world record, not just a U.S. record. And I just read where, in fact, coming over, I was in the car with those beautiful horses, those great riders, those great soldiers, and it came over the wires that Toyota is moving out of Mexico into the United States and building one of the biggest truck and car plants ever built. It's amazing. That's what tariffs do, if properly used. And so we've never had a more exceptional economy or potential economy. There's never been anything like it. Under the last administration, they did much less than $1 trillion of investment coming in. And we're at 19.2 trillion in actually the first 12 months, because that's where it's, you know, really, so we're there a year and a half, so that number is now substantially higher. But 19.2 trillion, Scott, for a period of 12 months. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. So we have by far the greatest economy. We have more jobs right now in the United States than ever before. And we have a great relationship with some countries on trade, and Turkey happens to be one of them.
Siz her fırsatta dünya 5'ten büyüktür, daha adil bir dünya mümkün tutuyorsunuz. Bugün konuğumuz Sayın Trump, ABD Başkanı. Onun da zaman zaman küresel sistemin mevcut durumuna ilişkin eleştirilerini biliyoruz. NATO'nun iki en büyük askeri gücü olarak bu noktada, bu eleştiriler doğrultusunda ortak bir adım, ortak bir girişimde bulunması önümüzdeki süreçte söz konusu olabilir mi?
NATO'da iki önemli ülke olarak gerek Amerika gerekse Türkiye, bizler bu liderler zirvesinden de dayanışma içerisinde güçlü bir çıkışı sağlayacağız ve bunu da başaracağımıza inanıyorum.
Bu yana ara buluculuk tesis ettiğiniz, iki ülkenin dışişleri bakanlarını Antalya Diplomasi Forumu'nda bir araya getirdiniz. İstanbul'da çok önemli müzakereler yürüttünüz. Bu zirve kapsamında da Sayın Trump'ın Sayın Zelenski ile görüşeceğini biliyoruz. Nihai aşama olarak hangi noktadayız? Savaşın sonlanması konusundaki gidişata ilişkin değerlendirmeniz nedir? Teşekkürler.
Antalya Diplomasi Forumu'nda Dışişleri Bakanlarımız bir araya geldiler. İstanbul müzakere sürecini de...
Is that for me? Are you asking me, or are you asking the president? The president, yes.
Biz Rusya-Ukrayna arasındaki bu gelişmeleri de yine değerli dostumla burada paylaşacağız, görüşeceğiz ve ona göre de adımlarımızı atacağız.
Televizyon kanalından Hatice Kübra Bal, benim sorum da aslında az önce biraz yanıtladınız ama Türkiye'nin 5. nesil uçağı Kaan motorları için F-110 motorlarından söz edeceğiz. Aynı zamanda kassa yaptırımları ve bu bağlamda da F-35 alımı ile ilgili aslında bu görüşmeden bir somut sonuç bekleyebilir miyiz? Onu merak ediyoruz.
Ben bunu daha önce değerli dostumla görüştüm ve Kaan'la ilgili onun motorları noktasında bu liderler zirvesinde bu görüşmeyi değerli dostumla tekrar bir araya geldik. Onu görüşeceğiz ve inanıyorum ki bununla ilgili bize verdiği müjdeyi burada da tekrar edecektir ve bu müjdeyle de herhalde liderler zirvesinde kendisine teşekkür edeceğiz.
You know, I might add that Turkey bought planes. It's the best plane. But they bought planes from the United States. And when you buy a plane from the United States, if there's engine rehab and other things that are done to engines, there's various things that happen, including just maintenance. I think we have an obligation to maintain engines and help them maintain engines. When you buy a plane from us, what are we going to do? Say you're buying a plane if the engine needs work, or if the engine has to be rehabilitated or even upgraded somewhat. But I think we have an obligation to do that. What are you going to do? Say, I'm not going to do that? Look, Turkey's been, I know, you know, a lot of people don't agree, although I think with time they're starting to. Turkey has been a great ally for us. Turkey could have gone on the side. They know Iran very well. and they know the problems with Iran. But they've been very instrumental, along with a couple of other countries, of helping. They could have gotten into the fight. You know, I hear some people saying about their relationship with Israel. They could have gotten into the fight. They're a very powerful military nation. They didn't do that. Maybe they didn't do that because of me, but they could have gotten into the fight on the other side. They are a nation that's been very, very good, and I can speak for myself as president. They've been extraordinary in many ways with respect to our relationship, including trying to end the war with Iran, or whatever you call it. It's not even a war, it's a military operation. It's a denuclearization. That's really what it is, of Iran, because I don't think he wants to see them have a nuclear weapon either. I'm pretty sure of that. In fact, I'm totally sure of that. So, but when they buy a product from us, whether it's a plane or anything else, when it's time for maintenance, I think don't we have an obligation to help them? What are we going to do? Say we're not going to let you use the product that you spent a lot of money in buying? And especially when it's been somebody that frankly has been more helpful to the United States than many other more traditional countries. I do. I had a very good talk with President Putin, who, by the way, has a lot of respect for President Erdogan, a lot of respect for him. We had a long talk yesterday. It lasted a long time, and I also spoke with President Zelensky right after that. I think they both want to make a deal. It's too bad it took so long, but I think there's going to be something's going to come out, and the president's also helping us with that. But I think there's something. You know, I settled 8 wars, and I think we're going to be settling a 9th. It doesn't seem likely now, but sometimes with war, I see when it's least likely, that's when it happens. I had a very good talk with President Putin. I had a very good talk with, I would say, as a combination. A lot of times I'd do well with Putin, and Zelensky would be a problem, or vice versa. Zelensky would be great, and Putin would be. They both want to get it settled now. More than that, that's all I do in my life is deals. I know deals. And I think we're going to get it settled, hopefully soon. Last month, 35,000, mostly soldiers, died. The month before that, it was 24,000. The month before that, it was 27,000. And the month before that, it was 29,000. But last month, it was 35,000 young soldiers, mostly soldiers, died. And that's crazy.
Amerika'nın katsa yaptırımlarını da kaldırmış olması gerekiyor. Sayın Büyükelçi Barak burada. Kendisinin bu konuda aslında mesajları da oldu geçtiğimiz aylarda. Sayın Başkan'ın da bu konuda olumlu düşündüğünü biliyoruz. Hem ticaret hacmi hedefine ulaşmak hem de NATO zirvesinde burada Sayın Trump gelmeden önce de açıkladılar. Aslında Türkiye'nin hatırıyla zirveye katıldığını da açıkladılar ama aynı zamanda katsa yaptırımlarının Türkiye'ye uygulanıyor olmasının bir tezat olduğu düşünülüyor. Bu noktada, bu görüşmede artık somut bir netice alınabilir mi? Ayrıca siz bunu gündeme taşıyacaksınızdır. Muhtemelen Sayın Başkan'ın da bu konudaki düşünceleri de alabilirsem mutlu olurum. Teşekkür ediyorum.
I can tell you, we're going to be taking the sanctions off. Okay? I don't want him to waste his time answering that question because we're working very closely with Marco Rubio, a very famous man, great Secretary of State, and with Scott Bessent, and with Pete and everybody else. We're going to be taking the sanctions off. It's time to do that. Okay? We don't want to sanction friends. It's very simple. There's plenty of people we can sanction, and we are sanctioned. We don't want to sanction friends. And because of the president, you know, we have a very good relationship with the new leader of Syria, and he's done an amazing job. In a year and a half, he's pulled the whole country together. And I have a very great relationship with him. And somebody said, well, he's pretty rough to put him there. I approved him along with the president. We were the two that really wanted him. And he's done a great job. He's done a great job. He's pulled it together. Not an easy job.
post yesterday with respect to Prime Minister Maloney, that True Social post with the restraining order?
Oh, I don't know. I think she's a nice person, actually. We've had a good, we had a bad relationship. It became a little bad because she refused to help us. Again, I didn't put a heavy press on her, but she refused to get involved with the Hormuz Strait, or you could also say just Iran. She refused to get involved. So it soured my relationship with her a little bit. But I like her. I think she's a nice person, actually. But I think she made a mistake. You know, they get a lot of their oil from, we don't get any of it. We have a lot of oil. The United States has more oil than anybody. And when you add Venezuela to it, it's like we have far more oil than anybody. We don't need the straits. We do this because we think it's an important thing to do. But she just wasn't there for us. And I wasn't happy about that. You can imagine, I wasn't happy about that.
Why do you think that? What conditions have changed? Did Putin seem...
About with what?
Russia, Ukraine. Did Putin seem open to any concessions that he
Never
had?
changed. I just don't want him killing people. You know, it doesn't affect the United States. When Biden was here, he gave them hundreds of billions of dollars worth of equipment. Now I sell the equipment for, you know, fair price, the full price. And I sell it not to Ukraine, I sell it to the European Union. They pay us. But with me, it's not anything to do other than I'd like to save lives. You have 25, 35, 30. One time it hit 41,000 a month souls. They're dead. They leave their mother in Ukraine. They leave their mother and father in Russia, Ukraine. They wave goodbye. And a week later, they're dead. It's crazy. And I would like to see, it doesn't affect us. It really, you know, it's far away. It affects Europe much more. We're there to help Europe, but it doesn't affect the United States. We have an ocean in between. But, you know, it's just, I can't stand watching what's happening. I've seen the pictures of those battlefields, and it's a drone war. It's a war of drones. It's a whole new technology. And we're actually the leader in drones now. We have the most sophisticated drones, but people wouldn't believe how violent it is. And I've seen the battlefields. They send me pictures. I actually want to say, don't send them to me. Pete, this man right here sends me pictures. Pete Hegseth. And I said, Pete, you know what? It doesn't help to look. I've never seen anything like it. It's carnage. And it should stop.
Open to any concessions to end the war? Did Putin seem open to any concessions to end the war in your call to him?
I get along very well with both, and we're going to get it settled. And President Erdogan's helping us get it settled, as he's helping with Iran. With respect to what? Well, that's what hurt my relationship with NATO. Because Greenland doesn't help Denmark. Denmark doesn't spend money to really help Greenland, but it's an important part for the United States. And it's surrounded by China ships and Russian ships. And that's not going to happen. The ships it's not going to happen. It was Greenland that, and it continues to be, that should be controlled by the United States, not by Denmark. And when they wouldn't go along with it, and with all the money we spend to help them with Russia, and we don't have to spend any money, we could remove all of our soldiers out of Europe. Because as you probably noticed, Europe's a very different place than it was 20 years ago. A lot different, much different. It's a much different, and they better be careful with immigration and energy. If they're not careful with those two things, you're not going to have a Europe anymore. Okay, thank you very much, everybody.
Değerli arkadaşlar,
One thing, it's amazing. It's amazing.
Harika gerçekten. İnanılmaz bir şey yani.
Hey, thanks for helping.
Please.
Abi şu kabloyu hemen bir tutup şöyle direkt ikisini. Bunu toplayıp bana bir...
Thank you, watch out. Well,
Sana zamanı dışarı...
good, Anna. You're good.